Abdul, where do you get these lungs? Where do you, man? Abdul, can you talk to us for a second? Abdul, can you talk to us for a minute? Abdul, that was beautiful. We appreciate that. All right, I think we're done with Abdul for the night. But Abdul, thank you for coming. Appreciate that. That was amazing. We need to do that every single time. He can't just write fuck in the chat. We'll bring him. Hold up. You gotta bring him back up for that. Jesus Christ. All right. One more song.
वादा किया आपको निभाना पड़ेगा, रोके जमाना तुमको आना पड़ेगा, तमन्ना है कि मैं डूब जाऊं.
Did he laugh at the end? Yeah. Oh wow.
पूछे जो कोई मुझसे बाहर कैसी होती है, पूछे जो कोई मुझसे बाहर कैसी होती है, ना मेरा लेके कह दो हुजूर ऐसी होती है, पूछे जो कोई मुझसे. और रंग पर से भीगे चुनर वाली, रंग पर से लौंगा इलायची का, लौंगा इलायची का बीड़ा लगा दो, आवे गोरी का यार बलम तरते रंग पर से.
I'm hearing new tunes. I've never heard him sing these ones before. He's like on the B-sides. It's amazing.
पंजाब मन मौका मिलेगा तो हम बता देंगे, मौका मिलेगा तो हम बता देंगे, तुम्हें कितना प्यार करते हैं सनम, दिल अपना चीर के हम दिखा देंगे, दिल अपना चीर के हम दिखा देंगे, तुम्हें अपना साथी बनाने से पहले मेरी जान मुझको बहुत सोचना है, कहाँ से मैं लाऊंगा बंगला गाड़ी, मेरी जान मुझको.
That was very good. Very good. You're welcome to stay. And if listen, if you decide you want to sing a song and we're talking, just jump in some. There you go. All right, I'll shut up.
बोलो टिंकू जी, लंबू जी, लंबू जी, बोलो टिंकू जी, मेरे रास्ते पे दाग न अड़ाना, इस कन्या को हाथ न लगाना रे, हाथ न लगाना, देखा एक मैंने तुमसे पहले, ढूंढा एक मैंने तुमसे पहले, पर ले रही है वो नाम मेरा, छोड़ो जी है वो इनाम मेरा, इनाम मेरा, लंबू जी, बोलो टिंकू जी.
This man's got pipes. Akima, we hit the goal, the fundraising goal. $500 matched by the congressman. All together, $1,000 raised. What do you think of that? Pretty incredible, huh? You know what? We might have to hold Abdul back. That's the secret weapon. We'll bring him out to the Lady Hawk for the party for the campaign kickoff. I think he could get out there and sing somebody's national anthem.
Yes.
I had luck, but I didn't know why. And then I realized that for years he just comes in and starts singing and out of nowhere he doesn't stop. But I guess you gave him the stage and he left.
It's the most consistent troll this app has ever. You have to admire his persistence.
You're right. Maybe I should unlock him and give him a chance.
You know, when he started laughing, that was unprecedented. And then, as Ann pointed out, he even wrote the word fuck in the chat. Like, how cool is like this is a great night for him.
Wait, I don't see anything. Was he removed?
I did not remove him. I did not remove him.
Because there's nothing written in the chat, so
Yeah,
somebody
there is the very first comment.
Let's see, Ash 20, that's the first thing I think. Ash 20 with smiley.
Maybe you don't see him because you haven't blocked.
Oh. Yep, good point. No, but really, I don't think I don't see him.
So you want all the privileges.
But I know, look at me.
Very entitled.
No, you would. I think you just need to scroll up. Open the chat and scroll up.
My messages show me that there's nine messages total. Do you see more than that?
No, I see 9 too.
So I see Ash 20, Ash 20, Ash 20, then Matt Cool.
Can you scroll up?
Nope,
Like
it won't go past
drag
that.
it up? Huh. That's weird. Because I can see messages of people that I want.
That's so weird. Yeah, I usually do as well. Oh well. I didn't get to see him first.
Yeah, Kitover, I was wanting to know if you had been accessible that Chicago is similar Illinois is deep blue.
What was that, Necro?
Yeah, essentially I said that Chicago is really used to white is deep blue.
Yeah, that's what the map is, and that's what Cook County is. It's a Democrat political industrial complex.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't have Chicago, Illinois would be deep red. I think that's fair to say.
Because you know how many states are like that, where they have that big metropolitan area that controls the whole state.
David, it sounds very similar to ours. Our metro area is a little more spread out. Here's Virginia.
I'd say Oregon's no.
Yeah, Oregon is the same way. Well, anyways, I think that was a smashing success. I think it's showing the power of this app. If you think about what this app produced today, we were able to start the day with chaos. Brad does do some epic rants. Hopefully the ladies survive today. And then we did a book reading, and then we had a very serious conversation led by Anson Burlingame, who is a submarine commander. And then we did a fundraiser. I mean, like, this might be the most productive day in the history of Clubhouse. Can anybody think of a more productive thing that we've ever done on this app?
Today was pretty epic in the muff. This is a classic muff day. Mojo, you should be proud.
Yeah. Good times in the muff. Joe, are you aware that you're... Oh, I guess he wasn't. See if El Normo will come up here. We'll get El Normo the count. El Normo, how much do you think we raised for the future congressman's campaign?
$613.
$1,000.
Very well done.
Yep. And by the way, this is just the beginning. This is day one. In fact, the website just went up today. Bank account opened, and we're able to receive funds, not wasting a single moment. We will continue to raise money for the campaign. It will be spent wisely. Right now, the real hurdle, there's two things. Get money, gain support with volunteers, get the signatures needed to get on the ballot, and then that's when we really turn up the heat, and that's when John can get get platformed everywhere that we can get him platformed. I think writing letters to if you live in Illinois would be good. Writing letters to the newspaper, that still works. There's some people that still read that stuff. Like I will actually do a room tomorrow talking about all of the little things that people can do, the little things that you can do that cost you no money that can help a political campaign like John's.
Right on.
Norm, when are you gonna run?
I guess when I feel it's right. Thanks for asking.
If John wins, would that be the inspiration needed for you to roll up your sleeves and say, okay, put me in?
It's an interesting idea. I'm certainly sick of the politicians that we have in New York. One is worse than the next. They're just the bottom of the barrel. It's a sad situation. And I'm going from room to room, and I'm still hearing so much of that ideological capture that lifted for so many around 2016 when we realized we're getting scammed here. There's nobody who's really out there on our side. So hearing that sort of indoctrination makes me want to speak honestly and plainly and clearly the way we do on Clubhouse. And very few people are doing it. Very few people are willing to be honest. I'm kind of surprised at how much mendacity there is in the world in general and in my world, the world around me specifically, whether it's New York or the academy. You know, I was a school teacher and a college professor for years, and they're unrecognizable now. The education system is unrecognizable. Legal system becoming the same, political system the same, media the same. Everything is being affected, I think, by social media. And the effect is increasing fragmentation, polarization, and a loss of a sense of what is real, what is true, what is honest, and what is just a hustle, a grift. I'm studying Joseph Stalin now. Stephen Kotkin just came out with the third volume of his, like, the biography of Stalin, the masterwork. Like, each book is about 700 pages. And it's brilliant to see how this madman, this murderer, controlled 100 million people, won World War II, and absolutely drove one of the biggest countries on the planet into the ground, destroyed the economy. They had to get wheat from other people. This is like they have a bread belt. All of Ukraine is like the bread belt of the world. They had to buy wheat from other people. They destroyed the farming. They collectivized the farm and made the peasants slaves. They took their property away from them. It's shocking. I don't think we fully appreciate what Stalin did, what communism did to Russia and to the world. They got the atomic bomb, not by inventing it, by spying, by stealing the recipe from us. It's very, very negative influence of this kind of ideological capture, and it is seeping into American society. And by the way, it has also blended with Islamism. I'm sorry to have to say it. In its subversion. That's what's happening in Iran. The people hate that country. The people hate the country. But it's a kind of Islamism blended with some kind of state socialism. And it's subversive as hell and dishonest as hell. So, those are my thoughts for the evening. What do you think, Mojo?
No, the same observation where you would think that the left would be at odds, the far left, that it would be at odds with Islam and vice versa. And what we're finding is that they are on a collision course with any semblance of a civilized society. And they will unite. They will abandon their own, asinine principles, if you want to call them principles at all. What we're finding is that it's anti-science, it's anti-enlightenment, it's anti-Western culture. It really is a desire to keep the world in the dark ages and return us and plunge us into it. And I think that I feel like there's the beginning of an awakening. Did you realize, Corp, that 2 days in a row on the Clubhouse app, there was people reading together. They were reading. They were reading Tao. They were reading a book together aloud. I think this is progress. I think that the world is in for a change. I think the bad guys have chosen their lane, and I think the good guys are just starting to wake up to say, "Hey, look, we better join this fight."
I agree with you, and that is a positive thing. And Congressman Kitover had done some reading with me on the app, and it's actually been a beautiful experience. So I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we're dedicated to reading an hour a day, and we got through a book in 2 days. And the next book up, you're welcome to join us at any time. We take turns reading aloud. Art of War is going to be the next book we read.
Oh, that's going to be great. I want to make it clear from something that I'm saying that I'm not talking about Islam, by the way. I'm talking about Islamism. I'm talking about aggressive jihad. I'm talking about totalitarianism.
You're talking about political Islam. You're talking about
Yes.
the pedophile death cult.
I'm not even mentioning those words. I'm just saying Muslim Brotherhood, jihadism. Just to make that clear. And believe me, there are plenty of Muslim people on this app and in the real world whom I love and whom I respect for their devotion and their deference to God. And it is the same God. There's only one God. Whether Christian, Jewish, or Muslim, it's one guy in my, not a man, but one entity. So I don't have any dispute about that. But I am concerned about the blend of the desire to conquer the world. That's what we're talking about. We had Hitler try to conquer the world. We had Stalin try to conquer the world. We have Iran trying to conquer the world. We have the Muslim Brother, and those are the real dangers. ISIS, Al Qaeda. And by the way, I don't feel too great about Putin. I don't feel that great about China. Did you notice, by the way, that neither China nor Russia helped Iran when it was getting the spit kicked out of them by Israel? Wasn't that interesting to you? That they supposedly had a strategic partner, but then that they immediately sold them out.
I guess respectfully, like just playing devil's advocate, what would you have expected them to do?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but my bad. You know Russia was a part of it, right?
Part of what?
Part of the war.
Part of the what?
Part of the war.
Which war?
With Israel. Yeah, they were.
What part did it play?
It was support.
Support who?
Israel.
Russia is strategic allies with Iran. Israel is allies with the United States and obviously the European Union. They're actually ideologically opposed.
Really?
Yeah.
I heard this shit on CNN.
Remember, Iran was supplying Russia with drones to use against Ukraine? What's going on in the Ukrainian war?
I remember that. With Ukraine? Ooh, Russia's beating them. Russia, in my opinion. I mean, not the people, but, like the president. So, Wookie, like, what could we do to get rid of him?
I can't get rid of them, but we can defeat them through strength.
I want you to
Work
be the
so
leader.
far.
Give him my vote.
Well, hold on. Before you give Norm your vote, who I gave my vote to, we do have a future congressman on the stage who we just did a money bomb for. So if you want to support somebody that's actually running for office, Congressman Kitover is on the stage. You can click on his profile and it will take you to a website where you can donate for John Kitover for Congress.
Okay. Okay. That he's a guy with the Trump hat on, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's I'm not so buddy. Think about what are you, bro?
Yeah, how you doing, bro?
I'm showing where to you.
Yeah, bro, I'm doing good.
Um,
Yeah, well, things are up. Sorry to say that, maybe it might sound so.
Okay. I don't know what was going on with those guys, but that was getting weird. Oh, I shouldn't get too excited. Just my friend. I'm gonna light her up.
Just my friend. Very Eeyorish.
Scarlett, we raised some money for John.
We raised
That's
$500.
alright, I guess.
$500 in about 3 hours. 1,000 total.
Congratulations.
Wow, lively group tonight.
I heard there was a free concert. What?
Abdul was there.
Nice. How long did he get to sing?
We let him sing until he got tired of singing and he left on his own. He actually
You're
wrote.
kidding.
He actually laughed.
Yeah, he got him to laugh, and he wrote the word "fuck" in the chat.
I'm sad I missed that.
And I'm pretty sure he throws our names into these things, because I could have swore I heard Mojo at some point in it, and I think I heard Ann in it as well. I have no idea what he's saying, but
That's hysterical. So you must have been singing for several minutes.
oh yeah, he had like all kinds of new songs. It was like he was deep into the B-side tracks.
That's brilliant. So I'm learning though, like some trolls you give stage to and then they exhaust themselves and they leave. And then some trolls you ignore them and they leave. And some trolls you move down and then they get bored because they're not invited up and then they leave. So those are like 3 really great strategies. But I kind of like it when he comes and sings. It's like a little bit of an intermission. So I'm glad y'all gave him this. I'm glad y'all spotlighted him.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a perfect way, because we just got here after the money bomb room, and I thought it was a good way to start that room. The other thing that I think is important to note when it comes to the way that we engage with trolls is the congressman himself started out as a troll. He started out as a troll that nobody wanted in the rooms. Everybody wanted to report him. Some people were so dramatic they wanted to report him to the authorities. And now he's everybody's favorite person on Clubhouse.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm everybody's favorite person on Clown House, but I've heard Alan Watts say there's a time to be a fool, and during COVID-19, being locked in your house, listening to these frauds on this app say all kinds of ungodly things with regards to getting the vaccine and things like that. Recording this app, from a historical perspective, as like a time capsule is an interesting project that I've worked on. And, listening to bad ideas or misinformation or fake news or propaganda or lies, has been an interesting experience. And so yeah, I mean, thank you, Mojo, for organizing today for me and basically, getting me to take action. So God bless you and God bless everybody in this room.
Would you say that you took human action today?
I did, and it was all because you created the room. You created the stimulus for me to go in my other office, to log into the Antidote site, to log into John for Congress on Wix and start updating and creating and posting and sharing. And so, it was the environment which necessitated and demanded my action.
You realize that your competitors are going to look at your reporting and they're going to see that you're raising money and it's going to scare the hell out of them. So this is a good thing. The more you can raise, the faster that you can raise a decent amount of money, the more freaked out they're going to get. And the more freaked out that they're going to get, the more free publicity you're going to get. Because they're going to, at some point, they're going to spend money acknowledging you. They'll try to spend money to bury you and ignore you. Once they can't ignore you, they will spend money trying to smear you. And I think for your type of campaign, that's exactly what you want, is to try to smear you.
I agree. There's no bad publicity when you have absolutely no publicity. And, my criminal record is clean, my work record, my political
Wait,
activities.
You have a clean criminal record or you have no criminal record?
I have no criminal record.
Yeah, careful with the phrasing though there, John.
I'm just saying that, like, they could attack me on content that I've created on the YouTube, and Instagram and other places, but a lot of this is listening. A lot of the work that I have done is recording and listening to conversations, and it's one giant content, upload that has taken me 5 years to do. So there's a lot of me in the ether, and if you attack that much content on one specific piece, I mean, it kind of hopefully has like a domino effect where, okay, I need attention by the voters, but we also need attention in the city of Chicago and in the state of Illinois and as a nation. So I feel like my big artwork project, hopefully it'll get noticed as a result of these political activities as well.
Shirley was okay. She left, and before I could ask, she's alright.
She survived, Brad.
Thank you.
How about you? Did you survive?
I'm waiting for the owner of In the Muff to check out the 1 hour lunchroom that we did, breaking down the altercation and snapping.
Oh, no.
That was the room before my lunch hour break. So that way, if there's a question.
While you were having that room, I was summoned into a room where Brad was there, some others were there, and I could say that, well, it wasn't like, peace and love. There was, I think there was like an attempt of people to, to come to a better understanding. Would you agree, though, that room that we did afterwards was an improvement, where we were asking if we can get along? Do you see that room as an improvement? No? I thought it was improved. I thought it was slightly better than what happened. Well, what I was told that happened when I wasn't there.
Just a smidge.
Okay, so why don't you guys tell me in your own words what happened?
No,
when I left, what happened?
Hakima said you left while it was happening, and he had some questions about your courage.
Listen, Mom, the tattle.
I told people I had to leave. What are you talking about?
I tell you what happened when you left. After he attacked Shirley, he looked around and is like, who's next? And every female on the stage, and you're this, you're Kristen, you're this. Then once they got retaliation back, then he went further and further and further. He just attacked every female on the stage, like brutally attacked them. Called Christian a bitch like 12 times. And like it was pretty bad. He attacked every woman. He said some horrible shit about Jane, like horrible shit about Anne, horrible shit about Monica, Kristen.
Well, that just meant it was Tuesday, though, Hakima.
Okay.
Brad never says anything nice about me, and that's all right.
I'll tell you this, and I need to be careful, knock on wood, but I feel like Clubhouse has been put on notice that there are certain parameters that they cannot cross when it comes to some of my friends, and I'll just leave it at that. I feel like they know there's a threshold which they cannot cross because I will stand up for my friends.
Yes, that's very nice.
And that includes you.
Thank you. So I actually liked our lunchroom. I thought we had some good discussions about the miscommunications that had happened and why I became a little bit of an authoritarian moderator for a few minutes because people were not understanding the ramifications of having someone moderate the space who has leaders of the house blocked. And what would happen if the app glitched me out, as it's been known to do several times a day since the update, and having a moderator in there preventing me from getting back in and moderating the room. That was a huge problem for me. So, yeah. I think it went well.
Do you think that now that the app has people committed to getting together, reading together, doing things like raising money politically, do you think that we're heading to a more mature type of Clubhouse?
I do.
I'll go after serendipity.
I do. I think we're making progress in the right direction. I like a lot of variety. And, you get the fun rooms where everybody kicks back and sometimes people crash out, and you get the more structured rooms and you get the, hey, let's do something different rooms. I like it all.
So I can tell you one of the highlights of the day did involve Bradley when John Kitover convinced him to read portions of the Tao. Help me, John, with the Tao Te Ching. And I walk back into the house and I hear him reading that philosophy wisdom, preaching patience and tolerance, and I just like, all right, John, I owe you for that one. That was pretty great.
Yeah, I really like the contrast of him going from screaming and roasting everyone to reading that. Like, and it was interesting because when he started reading it, he's got that strong, commanding voice, so it immediately like woke me up. I was like, whoa, I really today was a great day on Clown House, and it's all because of, this positive mojo vibration.
I feel like the positive vibes started when I changed my PTR. I think this has been the game changer that's brought everything together. It's the artwork. And by the way, this is not just me creating this. It started with I created something that didn't look it didn't have a good background. It had bad colors, and then there was some fan art that was created that I didn't particularly love. So then I iterated on top of that, and then fan art that iterated on top of that. There's about 7 different iterations that got to this photograph, but this is the final one. The final step was when Issa said that the head was too big and the body was too small. So now he's a little more muscular.
But I do have to say, this has been the most productive day I've ever had on Clown House in terms of hitting all these nails on the head. It was a complete, total day. And you know how I know it feels like a real work day is because I am physically exhausted from being here on this app all day long.
Congressman Kitover, are you ready for, if I were to reach out to Lou Fax, do you think we could go and present your case for, running for Congress to that room?
That would be amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, I think I'm going to reach out to Lou and see if he can pull that together. And then
Thank you. Thank you, man.
Akima, you're unmuted.
Oh, shit.
I'll mute you. Oh, there you go. All right. Yeah, no, I think Lou Fax's room would be interesting. The Lisa 420 room probably wouldn't make it. Lou would be open for it. Scott's going to work on Gary Bumgarner, see if we could get you, featured there at some point. I think there's some corners of Clubhouse that, got to extend your reach.
Yeah, I think Lisa's 420 room, since I do smoke cannabis, should be open to at least, giving me a couple minutes. But I don't know why, they wouldn't be able to let it go and do a Q&A because, if they think I hate them, which I don't, but they hate me, I mean, it's not a me problem, it's a them problem.
We could go to Chatter, and we could actually take this on tour. We could do one on X. We could do one on Chatter. We could do one on Fanbase. That would be different. That would be a whole different cohort. But I'm up for it.
Yeah, I
Are
think
you his
X could be
campaign
big.
manager now, Mojo?
No, I like to think of myself as not a campaign employee, but a volunteer fundraising coordinator.
Well, then how about X Spaces?
Yeah, I absolutely. I'm gonna reach out to. I don't know if you guys know who Reasonable is. She actually, I like her a lot. She's very smart. I'll give you some background on her. She's like a big DeSantis fan. She's not a big Trump fan, so we're gonna probably have to maybe present a different PTR. But she helped Thomas Massey and Chip Roy do money bombs on X, and those fundraising money bombs on X were raising tens of thousands of dollars. Now you had like rock star established people like Thomas Massey, but Chip Roy, Thomas Massey, she's done some big ones. If I reach out to her, explain to her what the platform is, she might be interested. And she's the type of person that can get somebody like Thomas Massey to appear to maybe then give you some advice where you could then ask, so Congressman, what would you advise me to do so I can help impact this race and to make a difference? I think that kind of thing could really go viral.
John, were there any people that donated tonight that surprised you that they donated to you?
Yeah, JB's donation was a big surprise. Let me pull up my email and see who else.
In the future, can we not read off the names? Because that was...
Yeah, I guess I didn't really think about that. Yep. So we just...
Oh, I'm sorry. I only noticed that he donated because he had it as his PTR. And
so... No, that's fine. But we did like a roll call, and like not everybody's name is in alignment with their username, and so yeah. Anyways, you guys
Yeah.
get the point.
Oh, thank you for telling me that.
Yep. Didn't think about it. I was doxing people basically. But Jason Breska, or oops, well, JB, anyways, definitely the biggest donor and the biggest surprise. And he voted Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Mike came through in the clutch though. We were about to shut the room and we were at 4:05, and we made a last ditch effort to say, man, we just need 95 more. And Mike came through with it. Mike from the Goo said, you know what? Done. And give a $95 donation.
Nice.
That was clutch.
Yeah, thanks, Mike, for that. That came in at 9:41 p.m. Thank you so much.
Is he in here? Because I was looking to see.
He's not. He went to bed right after. He's got to work tomorrow, but he doesn't speak on the app ever. So we got a silent Goo participant to get us over the threshold to hit the goal. I think what I'm going to try to do. Fuck, I don't have my old X account. I'll talk to some people and see if I can help get something organized on X. And if we could, Steven would be a good start. My friend Reasonable would be a good start, and then perhaps some people from the Liberty Movement could be helpful. Yeah, I'll tap on some people. Maybe we'll make it like bigger in maybe we'll do something where we invite a cross section of people. I can get people like, are you familiar with Maj Touré? John?
No, I don't know him.
Oh, you should.
You should look him up. He runs a group out of Philly called Black Guns Matter. And I could get Maj to show up, and if you talk about gun rights, he'll be all in it, and he could bring his supporters. I know I can get him to show up for something like that. I think a brother from Philly could help with a certain demographic that you might want. Yeah, we need to expand this, blow it up.
Yeah, I think we're a really good team. I've gone to college alumni events where they have, a fundraising director come in, and they're the most affable, fun, and awesome people. And fundraising is, an art, and it's public speaking. And when you were saying, you were doing this prayer about pinning it to your heart, I mean, I was dying laughing. It was very funny. But it was, I like to say all communication is hypnosis, but you mixed comedy with like evangelical preaching, and it was a lot of fun.
I used to go to church. My favorite. I used to laugh attending these healing ceremonies, where they would say that if you. It's not the size of the donation, but it is symbolic of your faith, which is a way of saying giving more money. And there's so many little tricks that you could use. But when you're politically fundraising, the real thing is you got to work people into a frenzy, and then you just got to do the ask. If you have if you were to do an hour-long thing, it would be 30 minutes of just talking about shit, and then just be okay, and then you just get everybody to now's the moment, let's give, and then go back into a conversation, and then you just kind of lull people into yeah, we're just kind of talking and shooting the shit, and then it's here's how you can help, because people want to reciprocate. They want that handshake. If you think about how the internet works, right? You send a packet, and then the packet's received. This is TCP. There's a handshake, right? This happens with human beings on the internet as well. When you say something that resonates with someone, they're looking for a way to give you feedback. This is why Gary Bumgarner's room is limited in the fact that feedback loop is retarded, because people that want to respond negative or positively to whatever's being said, they're not allowed to. And so so I think that it's very important to give people clear instructions on how they can participate. And when you're doing fundraising, the very specific signal that they can do is on this cue. If any of this resonates, this is where you can be the star. All you have to do is give. And then if we found a way to recognize people without the doxing piece, they want to hear that they've been recognized. We just got to find a way to do it that matters. Like maybe we could ask people to put in notes their username, and then that way we could just call them out by username. I don't know what Marshall's schedule is like, but I think it legitimately would be a good idea to get Marshall, get Bader, myself on a plane. Everybody else is welcome as well, but like get people that have done things politically to get there and like I'm talking like midweek with a schedule of like high value things that could get done over a couple days if you have people working together. And what you would want to do with that time is you would want to talk to the kingmakers in your community. You would also want to make sure that you're using that time to motivate volunteers and making them believe that they can be a part of something special. People want to volunteer to do shit. They really do. They're looking for things, but they also want to make sure that what they're doing is going to be worthwhile. And the way that you do it in a campaign like this, instead of promising them, the worst thing you could do is say, I'm going to win, and all these things are going to change. To the volunteers, you want to be as realistic with them as possible by setting mini goals that can actually get achieved. And if you tell them that, hey, the first thing we have to do is get on the ballot, and then you tell them exactly what has to happen to get on the ballot. This is how many signatures are needed. So this is how many signatures per day. This is how many signatures per hour. And you break it down into little micro measurements of success. And people, when they start doing it, they feel like they're winning, and in many ways they are. And then that way, if you were to get on the ballot, and you can remind them, you remember how hard we worked, we set a goal, and we were going to get on the ballot. Then the next time you come around, you've got experience and you've got a bigger network, and you want to do something else. They don't come back to you and go, well, I tried to help and we didn't win. You remind them, no, the goals that we did set, we accomplished. Now we're going to set loftier goals, and we're going to have the same energy, and we're going to hit those goals this time. It's just a process, but you have to make people feel like what they've done was successful. So in this campaign, as far as I'm concerned, the success measurement for me is if you can get on that fucking ballot, and if you can then get any traction. That means, if you got on a debate stage, that would be glorious. But even just like, people writing letters to the newspaper, and just any little bit like that you can blow up and amplify, because then you can use it next time, and you don't start from ground zero where you have zero volunteers. Time around, what will happen is when you say, hey, I'm thinking about doing a thing, you'll have somebody that says, I'm going to be your campaign manager. Somebody will say, I want to be your treasurer. I'll be your volunteer coordinator. And all of a sudden you've got like a group of people. Imagine if day one you started with 10 people. It would feel like you had 1,000 people in comparison to being all alone right now.
Yeah, having I'm surrounded by 20 cell phones right now, and I've got all these X accounts, all these YouTube accounts. Like I've built a little hub in my office, which is really just a communication distribution office. But even having this clown house backdrop and everyone here that I'm connected with, and you especially, but really everybody, because even Necro or that racist, whatever his name was, that was asking questions, like it's having this platform and all these speakers to create content with, which I think is important, and it's hard to capture it all because live streaming it is a lot easier, but creating clips, I mean, a lot of this is a communication and education effort, and the chances of winning against somebody with $10 million and 10 years in and who knows all the kingmakers and has every committee person and everybody in politics backing him. It's is that the Overton window where at least we can inject additional communication to hopefully shame people or change actions and decisions through a butterfly effect. But Clown House is an amazing platform, and if we have to cut spending and have cost efficiencies, a free teleconferencing app to achieve goals and education could be the future of human education and human action, and it doesn't cost anything. There's no facilities management. There's no salaries or pensions. So who knows? Maybe things will demand it in the future.
I like it. I like it. Do you guys remember the chaos room from earlier today? Uh, I think the ladies handled it really well when they decided to stay silent and like just kind of ride out the wave of like chaos. I thought that was a good move. In former iterations of Clubhouse, there would have been the need to respond. I just want to give a shout out to all my ladies. You guys did really well today to withstand the temptation of responding. I think you guys won today.
Aw.
It's interesting. I think about dopamine creation and road raging on this app and screaming and roasting. I mean, I've done it myself and I've had a lot of fun with it. But it's also self destructive. And, in hindsight, if you listen to yourself screaming like a maniac, you are self roasting yourself. And it's kind of one of those things where, hopefully you reflect and like you can adjust your behavior or your thinking or your speech tone uh, to make yourself a more effective communicator as opposed to creating chaos for others and for yourself. I don't know. Those are just my thoughts on today.
Yeah, communication changes depending on who's in the room. If you have one-on-one communication versus one-to-many, it's a very different vibe. Like if I'm having one-on-one communication with a friend that lives in Detroit, I can't just say Detroit and have that one person react in a positive way. But if you're in a room full of people, 1,000 people, let's say, from Detroit, and you're on a stage and you just shout Detroit, everybody they're like, fuck yeah. And so there's a different reaction that people have based on, the communication. And so when you're doing the one to many thing on the stage where there's people in the audience, it's a much different feedback loop than a one-on-one conversation. And I think that is one of the weirdest things to try to get used to because majority of people are not used to speaking to a group of people all at once.
It's also the interruptions, what that can trigger an angry backlash from a speaker. That frustration of having your thought interrupted and not getting that dopamine response. And people test you by the interruptions and how obnoxious they can be. I mean, this app really is like an anger simulator. I walked out of a giant IRS facility one time where they take your annual confession and stick it in an underground vault or cave in Kansas City. We walked out of this very contentious meeting with the territory manager who went off the rails and screamed at everybody with such incredible hate and anger, but he was responsible for the whole meeting. So everybody was just like extra pissed because he was blaming it on everybody else but himself, and he was the sole leader and responsible for organizing this event. It's his responsibility, and he just so I looked at this coworker and I was like, I swear to God, this is like a giant anger simulator. This whole thing is just it's all hypnosis. Like, was that performative? Was his anger all performative to try to condition us that he is the new leader? Something to that extent. You never know what this like subconscious motive is in somebody's communication, but anger to me violates the golden rule, which is treat your neighbor the way you would like to be treated.
I've observed that John has 3 times today used the term self-roasting, and I think you're trying to make fetch happen, John. You probably need a different term. I think self-owning might be better. And also, it's not hard to maintain your composure if you have the ability to mute and move down. It's like it's when you don't have mechanisms to control the chaos is when people spin out, I think. But yeah, thank you for the compliment.
Scarlett, when are you gonna do another room like the game theory room or something with the recording zone that we could rally around? I like those rooms.
Well, I really appreciated Jordan Peterson's breakdown of Snow White, and I told Francie that I would probably like to do it again with a different audience. I don't know if it would be appropriate for In the Muff, but the fairy tale and the toxic women that need to be told about how toxic they are, I think would be cool.
Little Peter and the Muff work.
That was super funny today, Brad, thinking that his negative opinion of Peterson would bother me. He tried so hard. Poor guy.
I tried to. I wanted to see if we could tempt you to get upset with regards to Jordan Peterson.
No, other people's opinion of Jordan Peterson, well, first of all, I have to value you and your opinion for me to pay attention to it. And, it's Brad. So, and then also, people can have a negative opinion on people that I like. It doesn't impact or influence me.
Yeah, one of the more interesting dynamics of this app is when I'm in a room with people that I like, and I know that they don't like another set of people, and then I can moments later be in a room with the opposite group of people, which I also like, and it's just this odd thing where when I was growing up, you'd have your little circle of friends, and if if somebody didn't like somebody, then you just didn't talk to them. But on this app, it's very, very possible, in fact likely, that you're going to have multiple groups of people that you interact with, and they might not like each other at all. And so, if we were to put a name on it, for example, here's the best example would be like Ann and KK. Now, those names can trigger people in different ways. I like both of them, and I should never have to apologize for liking both of them. Sometimes when I say that I like either of them, there's people that want to try to convince me of why one of them is terrible. And the reality is that depending on what was going on in Clubhouse, I might have agreed with it. I haven't always been super friendly with some people on this app. And I don't know, I've changed a little bit the way that I navigate on the app, and so have other people. And if you can pay attention to the people that have changed, and you pay attention about how you've changed, it's totally possible to engage with people that previously you found distasteful.
I agree. I'm gonna have to listen to some of my replays from 2023 and 24 and see if I've changed as much as some people think I have, or as if they've actually started listening better. Be interesting to see.
I think there's a difference between the Scarlet that we get in 2025 and the 1K the 1K with the titles of YPeople and all of the title. I mean, you navigate this app differently now than you did before, for sure.
Something to think about. And I'm also going to do a search for white people in the hallway right now.
Well, one thing that hasn't changed a lot, I'll just build there, is Brad. I hope you can go back, Mojo, and all the mods, and John, please don't try again to say you don't have it on tape, but one of the members was quite belligerent today, so I just thought I'd let you know.
Yeah, we addressed that. We addressed that, and there was.
I mean, aren't I acting different? I just also wanted to see if I could play a role of being a better communicator. So go ahead.
It's so funny because you and I have had one of the weirdest. I don't want to even call it a relationship, but interactions on this app where we can have pleasant conversations, and then I don't know, because we talk to people that we have mutual friends.
The friends in common thing. Yeah.
Yes, the friends in common thing leads to things like, hearing things that people say, and then it's like, oh, well, I don't think you probably intended for me to hear the things you said about me, but then I do, and then I react to that, but it's like something that I probably shouldn't have heard because the friend in common probably shouldn't have told me those things, and so I don't know, it's just an odd experience, but it's funny how.
Elementary, one of those, yeah.
Well, what's interesting is to learn that that you find me at least I don't know if you still hold this feeling, but you've thought that I'm a horrible person. There's a lot of different adjectives that I've heard, but then I can't remember direct conversations between you and I that have ever really been bad. I mean, maybe a poke here or there, but I don't think you and I have ever been directly nasty to each other. It's more like indirect nasty or something.
It's well, yeah. I don't want to hijack your room, but I think it's exactly what you said. But do you think the same thing you said to Scarlett? Maybe you seem different lately. Maybe I do. Maybe that's just how it's going. But
Yeah,
I think the main things were not directly between you and I, but more like in your space. Why did Greg Sittel? Blah blah blah. So I won't revisit the detail, but it was. And then our poor friend Royfield would just, burden himself with this litigating that he was doing, or what would you call that? Like conflict resolution guy. So it's a new day in America. Let's just see how things go.
Do you think that since the election, that the way that Democrats and Republicans talk to each other has changed?
Yeah, and I think that the way Democrats talk to each other has changed too.
If I were a Democrat, my mantra would be the thing that I would just try to get across is that if there was more of a sense of humor about things, and letting things roll off, rather than the finger pointing. I feel like the biggest change between when I was a kid looking at Republicans trying to figure out what my politics were, I was so turned off by Republicans early in my life because they were the ones that would wag their finger and and tell you what you shouldn't do, what you couldn't do, that you're terrible if you do it. And then it appears that now, it's not that the Republicans stopped doing it, it's just the Democrats are now doing it, and they're probably doing it more now seat than I ever saw the Republicans do it. And so now you have two groups of people that wag their fingers at people, and they both think they're right, and there's no, I don't know, there's no like room for people to coexist, and that's where the division comes from. Is that if you think you're so right, and that it's not just that the person you see the world differently from is wrong, it's that they're not just thinking differently. They're bad people, and then we over exaggerate it. Like, you know, for the left, they're communists. For the right, they're fascists, and in some cases, maybe it's true. But I think if once we start turning every Republican into a fascist and every Democrat into a communist, there's not a lot of room for us to have a conversation that's going to be productive.
Hey, so I don't know if this maybe brings a little hope. Maybe it's anecdotal, but I'm at a Georgia elections conference right now. And I will say, I just learned that I live in the most conservative district east of the Mississippi. I did not know that, but I do. So I kind of live in a bubble of conservatives, I guess. And so I do feel like I'm kind of out of the, I don't know, maybe I'm not up to date on like how we interact with each other, right? Because I'm like in this conservative bubble. But I'm at this event, and I would say it's mostly Democrats, even though it's a bipartisan group, because anyway, the makeup of the board members of the elections, etc. But most of the poll workers, I think, and the elections employees seem to be Democrat. That's the vibe I'm getting at this conference. But I will tell you, we are having a great time. Everyone's having a blast together. There's a lot of joking about elections, obviously in Georgia, often at the Republican expense, like kind of the conspiratorial, like a lot of jokes around that. But everyone's like, I don't know, it's been a great event. I'm hoping this is like indicative of maybe a positive trend and how we're all getting along, because I've been having an absolute blast. Everyone's getting along so great. So anyway, hopefully that gives a little hope for how we are interacting with each other.
I don't know why. Oh, go ahead, Danny.
No, I was just going to say, like, agreement is difficult to find. It doesn't mean it's not worth hunting for. It's a lot better than what we're doing. I think Roger said it spot on, about the extremes. And I hear a lot of us beginning to be tired of conflict, actually. Maybe that's the fun that Holly's talking about happening over there. And, I think it's true on basically everything we engage in has got a built-in tribalism to it, and people sitting here talking about, okay, well, how can we, without compromise, without bullshit, how can we find some common ground? Even if it's just a little bit, it's a place to start. Just a little bit.
Like, I'm not like hiding that I'm a Republican, right? Like, I have a girlfriend, she lives in St. Pete, and she's always like making these comments like, but don't tell them you're at a conservative event. Don't tell them this. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm not hiding. Like, people like me. Like, I'm not like this like weirdo, like hardcore. Like, it's okay. Like, I get along with for the most part, like, I can have fun with any fucking body that's fun. It's okay. Like, I'm not hiding. I can listen to them. I'm not gonna be disrespectful. Like, I'm not gonna piss people off. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but I don't know if it's different in St. Pete. Like, she feels like she's convinced herself that she has to be in hiding or something. I don't know. But I don't live that way, and it seems to go just fine for me. When I'm at the bar, when I'm meeting other Democrats, like I said, I do live in a little bit of a bubble, but when I travel, I was just in Ireland. Ireland's not a big fan of Trump. But I had plenty of conversations. They were all very respectful. I listened to them. They listened to me. Like, it's fine. You know, people ask me a lot. That was like the number one question I got. Do you like Trump? It was actually pretty funny because my grandmother was with me and she's like got Trump derangement syndrome. She fucking hates him. And I was like, don't fucking ask us this because, you know, it's like a touchy subject. But anyway, that was like the number one question. But it's fine. Like, you know, I don't know. Like, everyone, we can find common ground no matter what. Like, just, everyone's got, I don't know. Maybe this is a good thing. Maybe I'm just.
All right, let's try to find it. Let's bring up a topic and see if we can find common ground. I want to put this to the test. All right, what's a topic that you feel that there's some daylight typically between you and those that oppose you? What's a topic that's near and dear to your heart?
I mean, I would say a couple things. One is anti-wokeness. I think even the Dems are kind of over that, right? And then the other thing is school choice. I feel like that's something I can, when I talk to them about school choice, they don't, like, it's not being sold properly. And when I talk to them about that, they're kind of open to it. But those are the two come to mind.
All right. So how would we, with someone that's anti-woke and somebody that's woke, how would we bring those two things together and try to find common ground on the things that these two camps disagree on? How do we even begin that process?
I mean, go ahead, Daniel.
No, go ahead, Ollie.
Well, one thing I've noticed that when I talk to Democrats about the anti-woke stuff, they like to laugh too. And I think, like, I was at karaoke last night, and there were some white kids singing a rap song, and they didn't say the, you know, N-word with the A at the end. And it was kind of this, like, awkward moment. Like, they made a big deal about it. Oh, like, and I turned to the black guy next to me, like, we were hanging out, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, he and I were from the same, you know, era. Like, this is like some young kid shit. Like, why are they being all weird about it? Like, you chose to sing the rap song. Like, nobody fucking cares. Like, I don't know. It's just, that stuff I feel like there's some common ground. It's like, it went a little too far. Like the speech police shit.
So I spent a fair bit of time figuring out where common ground can be made by people who don't agree, which is where the rubber meets the road. And I think it's about values, not as much on positions. And when it comes to woke, I think people don't share values around that. Like for me, when I think of the word woke, I go, the Age of Enlightenment, which preceded the founding of the United States, is part of what today you call woke. The idea that being awake to something, a word that, you know, has been used throughout history for people to become aware of their actual power throughout history. Awake and sing, right? It's like part of culture. The idea that would now become something, I don't know what word you want to put on it, negative in some way, is sort of the very opposite to me what I see in the whole idea of America, for that matter. So I don't know that you'd find common values on that, but I think you can find common values on things like loyalty or integrity or trust, things that we might even define differently on what they even mean. Like I've done this experiment. I've had a Trump supporter and a never Trumper come into a room and admit to each other openly that they're American before they argue on whatever issues we give them to talk about. And another one where obviously they don't, and you know what the punchline of that is. If you want to find common ground, you just have to start with the obvious stuff, and that's the values. And then you can find what to do about the positions.
But I think we all have common ground when it comes to free speech. I thought we did, and I feel like we do.
We do. That's a value, for sure.
Yeah.
Most people have that.
Part of what I think, and what I'm trying to get at, I'm sorry, I've had a long night, a few drinks in, but what I'm thinking is part of the woke about is the sort of over policing, like these young people, like hyper sensitive to the speech thing.
Yeah.
You
Which
know?
is a different word for that. It isn't wokeness that causes that. There's something about the righteousness that Roger pointed to is the really key issue. And knowing what we call it really matters, because I don't really think we want people not to be awake. We do. We want people to be aware of their choices and their responsibilities that go with them and all of that. That's how people have a faculty of responsibility and you know, all the important things that go with being an adult is part of being aware. So, but the forcing of my point of view on how this guy should use this language and all of that stuff that we're talking about that applies to that, that's just flat out righteousness.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting the sense that there's kind of like a fatigue on the left. And maybe I'm 38, maybe it's like more my age bracket. I don't know how the young people are, maybe they're getting fatigued too, but I'm just getting that sense that they're kind of over you know, yeah.
I am seeing the fatigue you are. I mean, even somebody said tonight, Roger, that, you know, maybe you're different, maybe we're all different. Like, I think there's some fatigue of all the fighting we do culturally to going like, man, there's got to be a better way than that. With the incredible opportunities along with our, you know, great threats of the modern world, we have a lot to be thankful for that we can, you know, put to good use without having to spend all this. I think that's what people are tired. You know what people are tired of, Holly? They're tired of grievance. They're tired of grievance. They want to see solution. That's what I think.
Well, good. I hope that's the trend that keeps happening. I like that. That's a good thing. I'm happy to see that.
Funny thing about common ground, everybody find common ground when there's solution.
Well, what are we gonna do when we stop fighting each other? I guess we just have to start having fun together again.
I know. I was once in a car ride with this you know, dojo master, or, you know, martial arts master, top belt and all that. And he asked me what we're talking about right now, and I said, basically, the world actually works by agreement, and all change is made by agreement, and all wealth is built by agreement, and all justice is built by agreement. And then he looks at me, and he's driving me for 30 minutes from one city to another, and he goes, I have nothing to disagree with on that. I don't know what we're going to talk about.
Right. Right. I know. That's
right?
So funny.
We're limitless. The only responsibility we have to put on ourselves is putting limits on it so we can use the limitlessness sustainably and, you know, without being assholes.
Yeah.
You know? That's pretty much where we are.
Even with the school choice thing, which is a big, you know, that's a really important issue for me. It's like, I may disagree with my, you know, the Democrats typically want more money for the public sector when it comes to the schools. And I may want just my tax dollars reallocated so that everybody has the ability to choose, more alternative methods of education. But at a bare minimum, we can agree that the current structure of our public school system is not ideal. Like the way that we fund it, the fact that the schools are just too fucking big. I mean, that's one of my biggest complaints. I just think they're too big. I mean, if public school systems were a bunch of little micro schools all scattered throughout the county or what have you, like I would be more a proponent for public school systems. Like I just don't like the model. And like at the bare minimum, like we can kind of agree that like the model kind of is not ideal, Like how do we fix that? That's the next step of the equation.
There's a small company out of the UK that is hired by very big organizations. They're considered change agents, let's say. And they say if you ask the wrong question, you solve the wrong problem. They said 90% of our preparation before we go to work for a client is discovering what their question ought to be. These guys are great artists at what they do. I think that's true of policy. Can solve a problem that doesn't really need solving. You know what I mean? So I think our coalitions, I'm not passionate about school choice as you are, let's say, but your capability of getting real policy to happen comes about by you having people making agreement with you. They don't all have to be in power too to be powerful. You just need to make agreement somehow. It starts off being pretty good if you're willing to find common ground with Democrats too.
Totally. And I mean, yeah, whenever I talk to them about this, it's not controversial when you start with do you agree that the current model is not really working? Like, it's not an ideal model. And they, by and large, agree with that. Like, they're not, you know what I mean? Like, nobody's in love with the way that our public school system is,
But Holly, let me ask you this, and I'd love to get Daniel's thought. One of the issues is the initial framing of a conversation, where we can choose if we want to be antagonistic or if we want to open the door to asking a question with genuine curiosity, where we are trying to figure out hey, what would be the best way to have well, can we agree that education is important? Okay, yes. What would be the best way to educate a society? If you did that, you get a better conversation. But oftentimes, what I hear is somebody will set the tone that their position is correct, and that people that believe something different are not just disagreeing, but that they're bad and that they have bad intentions. Like, for example, if using the school choice thing, now again, this is how I hear it because I support school choice. So surprise, surprise, I see the opposition is the one that had framed this incorrectly. But this is how I hear it. They say, well, of course you're for school choice. You don't. They make some sort of character assassination about you don't care about such and such group in such and such community, and then it's like, okay, well now you've assassinated my character, and do I first reestablish that my character is not what you described? Or do I blow past that, allow you to assassinate my character, and then try to make my point? It sets things off, and that's the thing that we need to learn how to move past. Is that if you think that my motivations are rooted in hatred, then why would you even talk to me at all? And if you do think that, how do we begin a conversation if you think that I'm hate? Like, why would you want me at the table if you think that I'm hateful? And that's, but it's a tactic, because if you could assassinate somebody's character and say that they don't care about people and that their motivations are, framed from hate, then you can get an angry mob to agree with you if they just feel even just a pinch of the injustice that you're trying to suggest that I'm inflicting. And then you get an angry mob that won't listen. And then when people don't listen, then it's like, well, to hell with them. And then now you're going to get the nastiest version of the way that I represent my views, because I now think that you're a disingenuous asshole, and why would I try to win you over? And so you have to establish some ground rules to even have the conversation. And I think both fringes frame these things in very terrible ways.
So if you're asking a question there about what to do about that, which it kind of sounded at the beginning like that you were, I'll point out that you're already instinctively doing what I would call attention to do more of, which is you're asking a question. I've seen you in attempting to deal with this. And that's key. It gets back to that thing about which problem you solve. It's sort of like a lot of conflict is people having two different conversations at the same time and thinking that they're having the same one. It's easier to see when it's two other people, but that's often what's going on. And so when you ask that question, you're able to put some gyroscope back onto what are we really talking about here, because it isn't about you or me. It's about whatever we're talking about, right? There's a link there that I put of the core conversations of what we work with. And if you pull up that page where I had that up, there's a thing for 4,000 years of philosophy, at least, that we know of, called philia being philosophy, from Greek times, philia sophia and philia nikia. Okay? And so there's motivations for dialogue, the love of wisdom, Sophia, and the love of victory. And it might sound like we're putting down victory or all that attack stuff. You're saying there's actually a place for philia nikia in certain kinds of activity of language. Like, it's not like good or bad. But if we're looking to solve things, it's not about victory. If we want to get past the grievance and into solution and all that, right? Which I think what we're kind of working out here, hungry for. And I think, like, at the end of the day, like, that's the question you ask somebody. Why are we having this conversation is what I heard you say in one way or another. And I think asking somebody what that is, so that we have clarity on that, has the potential for building a foundation of common ground, Roger.
Okay, so let's try to do that. If you could frame something, I'd love and everyone can get involved in this. Holly for sure, and Dippity in wine. I'm gonna call you Annie because I need nicknames for people. Pockets. Let's talk about this. Let's just use the school choice thing because it came up and we don't have to use a ton of imagination about this. How would you begin to frame that conversation in a way with somebody that has different views than you that you think is going to be productive? Can you begin to do that? And maybe we'll have that conversation here and see if we can do it productively. And then maybe as the conversation evolves, people can point out where they think the conversation is getting off track and two different conversations are happening, or where maybe we met a fork in the road and somebody goes to go down a less productive. Let's see if we can have that.
You previewed exactly like that. It's kind of like a first agreement, next agreement. Oh, we get to go back to the last one, because it's about basically like, if it's a conversation about education, is there any role for the society and the state in education at all? Why
Well,
not start there?
I would probably start with just asking, do you like, what if you have a magic wand? What would you do to make our education system better? Or actually, no, let me go back. Do you believe
I would have answered that.
Do you believe that we are excelling in education with our public sector right now? I'd start there. Like, because if they don't see a problem, like if they don't agree that there's an issue, then there's no point in having any further conversation.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, if we stopped right now and everybody left the room right now, Roger went to think about that, it would have moved something forward just in the right question being asked already. So that's sort of the direction. But Aaron wants to jump in, right? So, Aaron, you came up with this.
No. Continue, guys.
I think this is great the way that Polly has put it, right? Is there a problem again, right? And what standards should there be? Do we want to ensure them, or is there everybody up to themselves? These are questions. When the questions start to get asked, it's sort of the opposite of fighting. By definition, it's a quest for something rather than to make you wrong or make me right.
Yeah, and I think it's easier when you're face to face. Like on this platform, it gets a little hairy, right? Because you don't see that you can't see the facial expression that I'm like actively listening, or I really want to know what you're, like I'm being genuine. There's always this assumption that, like, I don't know, this happens.
I could hear, I could see your, facial expressions and everything. That's what I think.
Like X-ray vision.
What you did.
Cool.
Yeah, I can feel it like a blind man. Like blind man could know when you're smiling.
Hey, not at all, blind man, not at all.
But yeah, I think on here it tends to be these gotchas, right? Like I don't know, you know what I mean? Like,
Holly, do you think that's just on this app? Like, I think it's in life. I just think it's a little magnified.
Okay, let me throw one out there. And again, try to stay on this. On the topic of school choice, if we were to start and I was to say, hey, I don't have it all figured out on how we can best improve the education system in this country. However, I've identified that it doesn't seem to be working well, and there's countries that are surpassing us. I would like to see us get better results, but putting my cards on the table, I don't like the solution of asking the federal government to get involved. Can we have a productive conversation on what solutions would look like that wouldn't add to the national debt? Like, if I said that, Daniel, would you say, oh, well, you're already limiting the conversation? Or because that's the scope of how I think of it, and I would be put off by seeing solutions that add to the debt, right? And so my question is, am I asking too much in that exchange for saying that I want to talk about solutions to improving education, but I'm not hesitant, I'm against the idea of spending more money at the federal level? Am I asking too much?
Not at all, because you're putting your cards, you can't be asking too much, but you're being transparent and clear. Let me finish here. When you're being clear about what your terms and conditions of agreement are. I would agree you should use education in any way that would increase the debt, but I just might not agree with you on how to achieve that result. Like, I personally think that education is an investment that will reduce the debt, in fact, but we can argue that. I think the key thing is to first start with the stuff we can agree on, and then go to the stuff that we don't as well, which is another way to go about it. Like, do we think that society has a role to play? You could make an argument that there's no public education, it's all private. Somebody can make that. But at least if we agree that it's public, then we could go, okay, well, you say not the federal government, only state, so then we'd have a discussion about that, right? And then we start to make a stair step out of that, is where we can begin to find some common way of ensuring standards. That's the only reason why you would have a community education of any kind, right? Just like clean water standards, right? We should have those. Don't you think, Roger? Even with a minimum of government, clean water, clean air, things like that.
Yeah. No, I think that we would want to have an environment that is not harming us. I think that's fair.
Right. And we probably want to have an education that's some basic minimum standard, just like doctors, dentists have to meet some minimum care. Is that true for you, Holly?
Yeah, I think that's fair. And with these education savings account type bills that are being proposed and some cases passed across the nation, there are standards. So if a school or even a homeschool, even if the parents are choosing to use the funds to homeschool, if they're taking the funds and reallocating them, then they are then beholden to the standards that are within the bill. So there are standards even if we reallocate the funds. I think my best argument to this whole thing, because the biggest complaint that I hear, or the biggest deterrent on the left to being a proponent of school choice bills, is that they are of the belief that it will remove funding from the public schools. But what actually happens is they end up with more money per capita. So because when the child, if a parent decides to use the ESA, remove the child from the public school, they're now down ahead, right? But they're actually retaining a large portion of the funding that they would have gotten for that child anyway, because the parent actually doesn't get to take the full funding. So then they're left with more money per capita, which is a good thing. So I think, yeah, that's my biggest thing with this whole thing. I don't think it's being sold very well from the Republicans when it comes to just down to brass tacks what the biggest complaint is from the left.
What a bizarre world it would be, and then let's just think of it as a movie for right now. And someday it was commonplace for people to have universal income that didn't come from government or taxes, to be clear. That would actually allow people to have total school choice because they'd be able to use universal income to invest in themselves and get any education they wanted. Imagine that movie.
Wait, where would the money come? Sorry, you said the money, the universal income would not come from taxes.
That is absolutely correct. That is exactly what I said.
So where would it come from?
Where does money come from, man? It's
From the Federal Reserve?
Okay.
How would you disperse it?
So when the Federal Reserve disperses that money and they put it into a transaction which carries a debt, so it has a function in the economy, they have to go eastern to something that's not gold, right? It's backed by the full faith and credit of the United States. Back when we invented money in Phoenician times and we had 2 stone tablets, we had an agreement about what those 2 stone tablets were. And when we had the gold standard, we had a standard. It was the gold, it was the standard, it was an agreement. And the full faith and credit of the United States means something still. And something like almost $5 trillion of money was created in the last dozen years or so that wasn't printed by a government. Like it or not, they've been like it or not, right? But trillions of dollars of money, capital, has been created by nothing but human agreement. Not just the Federal Reserve anymore. It's the first time in human history. Non-nation states, some sort of human organization has created trillions of dollars of capital. It's a human breakthrough, right? So you ask where the money comes from. It comes from only one thing that it's ever come from. Agreement. What we know to do now is to measure that agreement now in a way that's very democratized, globally democratized. And so where would the money come from? If you actually produce a greater economy than what the money is worth in the first place, you can actually invest in human beings. That's what drives an economy. Everything that's been lost in all these last 10 years talking about immigration has lost sight of that. An economy is strong based on its people. Nothing else. It's not about resources, it's not about any of that shit. And human beings are what produce greater than what they invested with the capital that they expend and all that. They produce an output that's greater, just like putting seeds in the ground and getting fruit and selling it in the marketplace. That makes more from less. That's where money ever got created. There's no limit to the amount of money. Literally, no, this is a factual statement. There's not anybody who can say, here's the fixed amount of money in the world. It fluctuates every second. It fluctuates every second. And some of it is to well, and some of it is not. Like, we can argue about that, but not that there's a limit to start from. And the idea that the Chinese are going to come up with their trucks and, take over the country because it's, over mortgaged and all that, it's not going to get resolved that way at all. It's just not how it works at all. Not how capital is made or spread or any of that. We're going to actually provide people one day, we're going to realize, just as we did in the New Deal, which, people here may not love the New Deal, but one thing about the New Deal and the GI Bill and after World War II, and I would argue despite its problems during COVID, for the most part, when you put money in people's hands, it produces a greater economy.
Well, I actually agree with Elon on this whole UBI as an inevitability idea. And I think that in order to keep the peace, because we have an ever-widening disparity between the rich and the poor, I think that we're going to get to a place where we have to do it in order to maintain social structure.
Totally.
People, so that it's just not chaos and violence. So I actually do think UBI is going to be, I don't think we'll get around it.
And I will tell you, I know of many, many ways, but my team personally is attempting a way to produce universal income in an experiment that would not involve government or taxes. But, whether ours works or not, or people believe that we know what we're talking about or not, more important to report to you is there's many people working on this problem who are not in government, figuring out a way. How can they create an economic system that's greater than the money that they put in and get a few transaction fees to keep themselves alive? Lots of experiments that are being done right now that are not in the news, that people don't know is going on in this world. There's so much good news going on in the world with very serious threats at the same time that I track just like everybody else does. But a week and a half ago, there was an attempt to plant 1 billion trees in a 24-hour period, and they almost reached that number, but they got 30 million people involved to plant trees in a 24-hour period. I understand this may seem very far-fetched from the stuff we started talking about, but I do think that the point is that ordinary human beings are doing very extraordinary things right now, not in government, outside of government.
That's really cool. I mean, totally a little bit off topic, but kind of on topic is one thing that I don't like in our current structure. I don't believe in the idea of combining health insurance with employment. I have a problem with that. I mean, I just want to see people flourishing. I want to see a happy, healthy. There's something wrong going. I don't know. I want to see people more fulfilled. And I don't like that some people stay with jobs that they hate because of the benefits. I just think that's inherently fucked up. I don't like that. And I also don't like that benefits are a huge burden on small business owners. The benefits that they're able to offer are fucking abysmal. It's a scam at this point, and they're basically strong-armed into having to do it, and it's just a huge burden on them. I don't like it. I don't like the way that the whole model is structured, personally.
It's a very interesting topic, given I believe it was 60 Minutes like a couple weeks ago, the big piece on egg freezing and the amount that companies are offering their employees to do that even earlier than their age of last freeze, if you will. I think you will. Very pricey. The companies are footing the bill.
Maybe I missed it. What were you referring to?
know, was not really covered by anybody. Only like, you know, places that have like incredible premium offerings for their insurance. But it's just becoming this thing that, you know, these big corporations are like, all right, yeah, do it. Along with like half your like, paternity leave as well. It's getting a little dicey out there.
Very interesting. Tommy, did you catch any of our excitement earlier? Did you hear Brad today? Oh,
Oh man, I'm not sure. I think I don't know. I kind of, his voice pops into my head every, 25 minutes or so. Well, what did he say?
well, it's not the words that he used. It was the tonality. It was who it was directed towards. Pretty much every woman on the stage, which started with Miss Shirley. And then he had smoke for everybody. But it was like, if you ask me, it was fun. Maybe some of the people that were experiencing the wrath were not having as much fun. And then I missed some of it, much of it actually, some of the highlights I missed. I probably would have intervened with the Shirley stuff just because, like, I don't know, she's my elder. But,
Well, how do you mean wrath?
anybody want to explain this? Because, again, I missed some of it. Tiffany or Holly, were you guys there for that?
No, I wasn't here.
It was a full-on shakedown roast fest. He got everybody that he could target with what he felt was, worthy of his memory.
You know, with Ross, I wasn't here, but the rest kind of is what you're making it sound.
You can listen to the playback, actually. I recorded the whole thing. It's called The Brad Show. It's on the anonymous recorder.
I love Brad, right? And also love Shirley. I mean, I like most people here. But I don't take, Brad gets upset sometimes. He spews his venom, and then he comes back down to earth, and it is what it is. It's bothering me too much.
Hey, Holly, I appreciate that you're outspoken about things of how you feel, and you've had, tolerance of some of the weirder people in the app, people like Sean Coleman, and some of these people. I mean, you've tolerated some of the real weirdos, but then I was surprised in the room that was, calling out in the muff and saying how, Mojo is off track and whatever the whole thing was. Can you clarify what your position was about, where you think that this particular house is off track?
I don't think it's off track. I was just kind of surprised when, you and Monica suddenly teamed up. I just didn't see it coming.
What do you mean teamed up? I mean, I have everybody.
Yeah, what do you mean? Teamed up.
Yeah, I have everybody modded here. Does that mean me and Tommy are teamed up?
Well, I haven't been on that often the past month, so, but I just popped back in. It seemed like she was hosting one of the rooms and kind of doing her vibe in your rooms, and I just thought it was surprising.
It sounds like they kind of teamed up for a little bit. That's what I mean.
I will say, with my full throat, that I think Monica is intelligent, and I think she's funny, and I think she curates good conversations. I also think that she's very different from me, and so I don't know. I think those spaces can be good. surprise to me as well. But the surprise, the conditions that created this is Clubhouse deciding to make the decision for the people that open the room that they would give people anonymous accounts. So if you guys recall, I used to open a room. If somebody said, "Hey, that fucking guy is streaming the room," and then I would look and I'd be like, "Oh, okay, this must be him. Let me go ahead and remove that." And I did that because there was a vibe about, hey, we don't have replays on, so if you're not going to record the room, streaming it didn't make sense. But I was forced to rethink my entire position about John, and more importantly, forget about John, the idea of streaming a room at all. The app itself is recording the room. Anybody has the capability of doing a screen record if they want to, and you can't really control what they do with it there. And so when Clubhouse took the tool away from me, I started thinking about it. So then I was like, all right, let me go see. Now that this is the world I have to live with, where I can't kick out Anonymous, let me go see, what is he actually doing over there that's so harmful? And then I came across some things that were just gems, where he was exposing rooms where people were, I wouldn't go as far as to say they were hatching out terrorist plots, but they were coming just shy of doing that. And now you have like a recording and a stream of that people can go and do what they need to do, whether it's turning it into the apps themselves or to law enforcement. And now I'm of the opinion, the more I hear Amir's room, for example, and the streaming that John has done, and just hearing people talk about going into those rooms, I'm of the opinion that Clubhouse knows the threat, and I'm gonna guess that they've been told by law enforcement to not shut those rooms down, to not kick those people off the app, that they want them there because there is a recording of the conversation. That's my guess, because I've gotten kicked off this app for far less than what those guys do. I put people's names in the title and they'll fucking clip my account. So, yeah, it's crazy.
I don't know if you've forgotten this, Roger, but you used to make fun of me for liking John.
I used to make fun of everybody for liking John. Ask John, there's nobody on this app that he trolled harder than me. Of course I was supposed to be adversarial with him. And then the fundamental thing that changed was the app itself caused me to throw in the towel and say, well, you can't fucking change that. I have to accept it. And then through acceptance, then I had to figure out, okay, well, now that I've accepted this, what does that mean? And so then you start seeing, holy shit, there's actually a utility in this. Maybe I should lean in and embrace it.
I might say you teamed up. You teamed up. You teamed up with John.
Actually, hold on. I'm going to decline the teaming with Monica. I think Monica and I mod rooms together the same way I'm modding with all of you. But now that John is running for Congress and I'm doing money bomb rooms for him, I would actually say, yeah, I've teamed up with John.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought you were on my team.
I might say you can't be in both. I might say, we're still teaming up with, Monica, but it's more like a recognition of the team player in John.
Ann, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Where?
Uh-oh, what's happening here? This is the most awkward flirting I've ever seen.
What is happening?
Are you ready to go to
Oh, I said, are you running? Sorry.
No, she's not running. I have a team. I don't do teams, but listen, I don't know, serendipity, I don't know if you were being passive aggressive the other night in your text in the chat, but I'm not sure.
Passive aggressive.
I would never be passive aggressive. I would just be straight up aggressive.
So what were you trying to say with the whole, why are people not like,
I don't want to be mean
happened. She's really rubbed me the wrong way, and it is what it is.
Well,
Of course it is, but you know what? I think the thing of it is, I think you were just very well spoken and eloquent. I think that would have been a perfect thing to say in that room instead of him hawing around and just acting two-faced and then coming in here and what? It's the two-facery for me. Like that's the thing that I take issue with, and that's the thing that bothers me.
Hemming and the hawing, Holly. Him it, huh?
Serendipity, I was uncomfortable. My adrenaline had started to pump. It was being overblown, and I didn't want to talk about it at that point. I felt uncomfortable. It was an awkward situation. I didn't like it, and that's it. And so I feel a little more comfortable talking about it right now. I wasn't trying to be two-faced.
Fair enough. Well, like I said,
I didn't want to be cruel. I didn't want to be dramatic. It really wasn't a big deal. It was a kind of a casual, quick conversation. Someone had brought it up. I said like 2 sentences about it. It wasn't a big deal, you know?
And the thing of it is, you're absolutely right. It really wasn't a big deal. And the thing of it is, okay, I can acknowledge the fact that you felt uncomfortable, but like, feel uncomfortable on you instead of him hawing. Like, I don't know. I take issue with somebody who acts one way in one room and then comes into the next room and, oh, what? What's going on? Yeah. Oh, it was just much ado about nothing. Like, I don't know. That is passive aggressive to me. And it does. It triggers me because it's like, just stand on your square. Own your shit.
So speaking of standing on the square, I also think that room was designed to figure out like, oh, can we stir up some drama? And you know, like, hey, let's talk about people in another house. Let's talk about what's going on, and get people talking about like, isn't it weird that Mojo and Monica have shared stages together? And then you get people that are like, yeah, I think that's weird. There was a room tonight that was a little less of that, but it was asking a poll question of like, what do you think of In the Muff? And like the choices were pseudo-intellectuals. That doesn't sound very fucking complimentary. What was the other choice? The other choice was worst room ever. That was the choice that I chose. I leaned into it. Awesome space was another one, and then what was the third one? I forget. There was 4 choices, but 3 of the choices were like not flattering at all. And it's like, I don't fully understand why there needs to be like this conversation about what happens here in this space, because there's figures that people may find controversial. Whether it's John, whether it's Monica, whoever it might be. If people came into these rooms and listened to these conversations, most of the time we're talking about nothing. Sometimes we'll have like an elevated conversation. Shit, sometimes we're reading books, for fuck's sake. And then there are times when people are just completely crashing out. I think the space is no different than most spaces on the app. It just happens to be this is the group of people that assemble. And I feel like there might be like a sense of competition emerging with some people where they want to like, oh, well, you come to this space, don't go to that space. And I don't roll that way, man. I think this app is best when people, come and go, come into this space, go to another space. And the funny thing is like the space that's curating rooms to question, whether this room is toxic or not, is the space that I spend most of the time curating spaces in. So it's just fucking weird. When I got pinged in that room, I thought it was funny because I got pinged by the person that created the room, and then I come in and there's people that play along into this game of like, yeah, it's so weird that Mojo and Monica can coexist, and it's like, I don't think it's weird at all.
What's this game that like you seem to be like referring to and aware of, but not participating in, kind of observational, and it's insightful to like hear Brad go really hard in the paint, which I don't really understand exactly how you meant by that. That was like a aggressiveness, like a
I didn't get along, right?
Right.
Correct. And I've told you that I took responsibility that was my fault, right?
Yeah.
And you would agree it was my fault, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So 100% on board. But then when you have that conversation, then you open the door to be able to say, okay, we can now put that in the past. But it takes like owning up to like, yeah, I was a dick to him. I'll be honest. Like I won't get into the details. That's all I'll say, and I'll just leave it there. But I was an asshole to her. And then when the time was appropriate, or when I felt enough time had gone by where I could own it, I was like, okay, that I treated you unfairly, and this, that, and the other thing. Right? There's a lot of these things that go on where there's people that I am friends with that have feuds with people that are on this stage, and some of the people in this room may not get along with each other. There's drama. It's the way I like to think about it is this is a big family with a bunch of retarded cousins, and my navigation through this is to recognize when I'm being the retarded cousin and being the person that's on the verge of not getting the invite to the family gathering, or when I'm enabling the behavior that causes people to get ostracized from the family party. But also, there's times when I operate on another level where I try to, let me try to bring these things together. And sometimes it has good results, sometimes it has very bad results. I won't bring up the very bad result, but there was one involving Anne and a particular person where I thought, if I just brought them together, maybe they can have the type of reconciliation that Anne and I had. But in order for that to happen, you have to have two people that are willing to do that, right? And so there's just a lot of fucking shit, and I think we can overcome some of it, and then some of it, the people involved are never going to get over it, and we just have to accept that.
Do you think, just to be clear, did you say retarded cousin? Is that the term that you use?
I'm okay with that. Did I say retarded cousin? I don't
know. I'm just trying to clarify.
We'll roll with retarded cousin.
Yeah. Well, no. I just want to use the right terminology because I'm trying my best, but I'm only pulling a retarded cousin. But
yeah, no, go with that one. We'll go.
We'll
say RC. We'll say RC to just make sure nobody gets offended.
Okay. So, all right. My question is, don't you? It doesn't sound like you're, because to me there's another side to this that I feel like you haven't really put as an option because quite frankly, I feel like I really haven't gotten the chance to be the retarded cousin. And sometimes I feel
that's not true, Tommy.
like we're all talking here about like, sometimes my retarded cousin is pops out. Like here I am thinking, like, what would it be like to be that retarded cousin? Just for a day. Just for a day, right?
I don't know if a day is long enough to be the retarded cousin. Like,
oh man,
you gotta just do it. You have to have enough of being the retarded cousin to then have the self-actualization that you're retarded.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying going full retard here. I'm just, I think you get what I mean. I mean, like here I am trying to like these dips and dives around like a term that I guess wasn't even talked about. Here I am creating retarded cousin. And all along you could have told me what you actually said so we could just solve this whole conundrum. Gay cousin?
I have gay cousins. One of my favorite cousins was gay. He's passed, but he was great. He was great at organizing. Imagine that. Dan, you were going to jump in.
Oh man, I'm out of ideas. Sorry.
Is anyone else?
Well, on this air, what do you mean? To be passive aggressive?
hawing as a form, as a heightened form of passive aggression? Do you think there are other forms other than the hemming and the hawing?
Well, you first have to acknowledge that the order is important, because sometimes the hawing comes before the hemming, and that gets way out of control.
You have to ask, what about the hurrying? What about the hurrying and the hawing?
Dude, that's the best negotiation tactic ever.
All women's problems have some variation of him or men in them.
Oh man, you know what was glorious about the roast room earlier was looking on the stage and just realizing like how much drama, how much I know about these people and how much they dislike each other, and like it's almost like watching Dynasty. If you watch it from like season 1 all the way through, there's so much to keep track of that you will almost forget that some people were friends at one point, and you or a period of time where things weren't as polarized. It was epic just how many sets of enemies were on the stage all at one time, and how well behaved some of them were. They were just sitting there quietly and just observing.
Well, except for, obvious hemming. Was rousting there are a couple of us on this stage, I think, that are hard to imagine what a hemming and a hawing really is. Might be a little different for person, would you say?
I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I were to ask, which I won't, because I don't want to put people on in the hot spot, but if I were to go around the room and say, give me your best 5 seconds of hemming and hawing, I think we would get a lot of different examples coming out.
You're cracking me up.
Can we just say that I did not like at all earlier, and Brad just was screaming about me as if I didn't.
I want to say horrible things. I would just like to know that he did not say one word about me. I would just like to know that.
I didn't move it down. I didn't think one thing about her. I didn't make a comment. And like, there's like, oh yeah, we got this twat mom over.
Okay.
Oh, too hard for me, man.
Did he?
Really?
I don't think, I feel like it's so insecure and like so stupid that I'm like, okay, I'll just let you have your moment. You need this more than I do. It's the Brad show. You got it.
Mojo, what was it? What was behind this episode of, I hate to say it, but Brad's hemming and hawing?
I will tell you what preceded it was I took a break and I left the moderation in the hands of women. And when I left, women were moderated, and I think with me gone, Brad felt that he could get away with a little bit more, and I think when he got on a roll, he just didn't want to stop. Like, for example, Shirley interrupted Brad, and Brad cut a promo, a heel promo. This is wrestling talk for when the bad guys speak against the good guy. And so Brad went into heel mode, and he started shooting this promo against Shirley. And from what I've heard, and I wasn't there for it, but from what I've heard from all accounts, Brad did this takedown of Shirley because she had interrupted him. And then when people tried to moderate him and move him and then bring him back up, he got further agitated, and then so he just started lashing out. And again, if you were watching it in pro wrestling, it would be he cuts a promo on a baby face, and then he gets he gets maybe hit with a chair, and now he's upset, and now he's just going crazy, and the next thing you know, he's like doing on everyone. That's pretty much how I heard it. Is that it like worked up, and I don't know if I would have changed it if I was there. I probably would have intervened because I do protect Shirley a little bit from certain things. But I don't know if I would have been the heavy-handed mod either. I probably just would have said, okay, Brad, that's enough. Maybe I would have muted him. I doubt I would have moved him down.
He was not moved down right away. He toured the entire stage before he was ever moved down the first time. Because people started interjecting, I think, in defense of Miss Shirley, like, whoa, you know, she was trying to do this, you shut up, you, blah, 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 you know, and then somebody else would be like, hey, like, okay, I think that's, don't tell me what to do. And that went on for several minutes before he was thrown down the first time. And then, of course, that just continued to escalate, and every time he came back up, you know, he was ready to unleash. But,
it sounds like it's unclear to me, perhaps I'm already taking on the role of the retarded cousin, but it's unclear to me if people are, because it kind of sounds like a bit from Ann, and I think a lot from Mr. Mojo here, that, you know, though he may have been one versus all, the act or the spectacle was almost like valiant in like, wow, this is happening, sort of like, and this has to happen, sort of a moment maybe, because otherwise, I mean, you know, he'd get tossed or something. But it sounds like there's kind of this like, wow, this is kind of this majestic going down in a blaze of fireball, you know, kamikaze sort of a thing going on here. Am I a retarded cousin on this?
Well, listen, there's you guys have heard of like the concept of like suicide by cop, right? Where somebody, you know, they do something stupid just so they can get shot. Brad wasn't doing that, but there is an equivalent of that on this app where people, if they're getting roasted, they will break all the rules purposely so they can get thrown from the stage, so they can get, and then they basically want to get suicided because they can't take the pain anymore. And that's the way that I observe it. Like you'll see it a lot.
They have to throw themselves down to the audience. They throw themselves down, and I go,
Wow. This is very true. Whoa. I used to do this back in the day. I shouldn't even confess this, but I would throw a few people, like if everybody's modded, I'd throw a couple people down, then I'd throw myself down, and then it would just look like, okay, well, whoever's remaining has to be the person throwing people down, because you can't, if you stay up there, they're gonna wonder if it was you. But if you
throw yourself down there.
yeah, you gotta throw yourself down.
Like, but to what end? What the? You know, is it because you were you flying too close to the sun and like you almost got like made out? You had to press the restart.
No, because here's the thing, right? So like, I don't want to do it because it's now glitches and we might not get everybody up here, but like, just imagine Ann gets moved to the audience, you get moved to the audience, then I get moved to the audience, and then if you were to look at the stage and you would see Holly, Pockets, Daniel, John, and Tiffany, you would then say, one of those assholes threw me down. You wouldn't even suspect that I was the one that threw you down because I'm now sitting next to you in the goo. Does that make sense?
Sure. I mean, I totally understand the point of what's the word? Asymmetrical, sort of tactics here. But who's it for? I mean, is it because
it's to get the mob to say, oh, what a dick, we were having a good room, and then so-and-so ruined it by throwing everybody in the goo. And then the person didn't even do it. It's like, there's a lot of there's a lot of gamemanship here.
There's a little power play of sorts.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'd call that. It's like, it's deception.
Sorry, I was being retarded.
Clubhouse changed that now. I don't think anybody can throw you down anymore, Roger.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Nobody's going to be able to throw Ann down from winning her election, winning these midterms.
Tiffany, you can throw me down.
Yeah, me try. I don't think I can. Let me try.
Oh, that was a room.
Oh, I did. I did throw him down.
I'll save you. I'll save you.
Oh no, I threw him down. I invited you back up. Where did he go? Oh, there he is.
I'll protect you.
How did that?
I thought that Clubhouse, maybe they changed that. When they originally came out with houses, they made it so you couldn't remove
What?
the room creator. Yeah,
He's still in here. He's on stage.
yeah.
Back up. Are you coming off mic there?
Now I'm angry because they're removed from the stage.
Who did that?
Yeah, who did that?
Oh, you just cannot be trusted.
Well, they sort of.
So Tommy, let me play the full scenario down for you, right? Let's say I throw you and Ann down, and then I throw myself down. Then somebody brings me back up, and then I remove everybody from the stage, and then I claim to know who did it, and then that person's an asshole, and then I reassemble the stage, putting people that I trust as mods, and now everybody will think that the person that we blamed it on cannot be trusted, and then they no longer get mod badges, at least for a week.
I would say that's, that's pretty retarded, man.
I've never personally done it, but I know what's happening, and I know exactly who did it. Like, I always know.
You know, some people don't even know the half. When Alex New York was on the app and Healthy Debates was doing rooms and Club Controversy was doing their rooms, Alex and I would talk to each other in the back channel. And if we were like bored with things, he would say, "Hey, I'm gonna send some of my people into your room to talk shit, and then you send some of your people into this room and we'll talk shit, and then we'll close both of the rooms, and then we'll open one big room, and then we'll mod some people, and then we'll discuss what happened with the invasion room." And we would just totally create this invasion angle, and it was pretty good.
One might say that's a true team up, a real team up, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, this was like, I like to think of it, and yeah, Darren's got it. It was Japanese wrestling does it all the time. Like, if All Japan and New Japan were hitting lulls, what they would do is they would say, "Hey, let's do an invasion angle," and so that's kind of what we worked out here. It was an invasion angle.
Did Goo ever get any of your rooms, Roger?
Who?
Goo.
Who's that?
He was a troll.
He is Kitover. You know,
he always tried to get the mod badge, and then every time he did, he would literally throw every person on stage down.
Wait, who is it?
Goo?
I don't.
Yes, you do.
You do know him. I guarantee
And
you know him.
you don't like to know.
Oh, Goo, okay.
And he would
He's
throw
one of the
everyone.
Reapers, right?
No, he's like hangs out with like Prince AJ.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that guy.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny, that guy had a nice beard, but he was the dumbest guy on the fucking app.
But yeah, he'd throw every person on stage down as soon as he got to be, well, he would either, he started out, he would just boom the room. Like, as soon as somebody threw him a mod badge, he would boom the room. But then he changed up his tactic, and instead he would throw every person on the stage down to the audience, and he'd go off of mute, and he would just stand up there and maniacally laugh, like, for several minutes before he boomed the room.
Yeah, and then he was just, and then he was so
Just very dumb.
Is he still on this app now?
He is.
He is.
He is.
Where's Grant?
He's not here as regularly as he used to be, but he still pops in.
Somebody back channel me the profile so I can block him.
I mean, it's kind of a wholesome game of shoots and ladders. Really. Just trying to get to the top. just every time.
The thing of it is, every time he comes into a room, everybody screams, "Don't mind do."
Yet he finds his way to cackle on top of the pile.
Yeah, he does.
Or we would not go when we wanted the room.
Right, sometimes we do it. We're like, come on, I'll throw you a bean.
I'd be like, get on the group and you're in the room. We did do that. So bad.
Y'all had some of the dumbest people in your fucking rooms, man. You guys remember that?
I know, Ann. What's wrong with you?
Do you guys remember that retard named Vinny?
Oh, yeah, I remember Vinny.
But seriously, out of all the groupers, he thinks that Vinny is the most retarded. Like, come on, out of all that group, he thinks Vinny to be dumb? Dumbest? No.
No, hold on. I remember when Vinny first got on the app before you motherfuckers even knew him. And he would get on the app and he'd ask a bunch of questions and he was just like a dopey guy, didn't really have any thoughts. And then every fucking extreme weird idea that came along, he was like, yeah, that's my new fucking jam. It was just, he's the ultimate follower. I've never seen anything quite like it on this app.
Poor Vinny. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't like him.
It's gotta be endearing if you think about it. I mean, how often do we meet like a person that is so blank canvas moment to moment? It's almost like, that had to have been a spectacle, right?
It was underwhelming, Tommy. It was underwhelming. He was just like, there was no personality. There was no fucking there was no nothing. There was nothing there. But then he'd still just be present. And then other dumb people would be like, oh yeah, that's my buddy. And you this is how I knew that Ricky was a pretty dumb guy. It's like him and Ricky were like boys, and it's like, oh, okay, these are like the two dumb guys that get together. You can imagine them being in a bar, like just drinking beers and not even using words because like it wouldn't even matter, like because neither one of them have an original thought.
And
damn, dude, that's pretty dumb.
No, I think that Ricky is fucking clever. It's hilarious.
oh, see, I don't. I think Ricky is the most feminine man on this app.
Oh my god, I love her. I love his shit.
And he knows I do though too. Like Ricky and I have this little love-hate. That's why he calls me Serenity instead of Serendipity. Serenity.
Well, I mean, it is
Serenity.
He does every time. And people will correct him and he's like, no. I call her Serenity.
Of course.
He's got a little fun little nickname for me too. He calls me his little baby love munchkin. Yeah? Does he call you that? Does he call you his little love munchkin? Like he calls me?
You can be his little baby love munchkin. You can have it.
Well, it's kind of a false option because only one person can be that to him. So, right, Mojo?
Yeah, that checks.
Awkward cousin.
No, retarded cousin. That's
sorry.
that's a lenient framing there.
Yeah.
I've gained, but then you've taken away my extra chromosome. I'm just a little cookie. Is anyone else was anyone else and is anyone else still curious based on the tone and like the used car salesman tone that other dude that was in here is like, yeah, we almost planted 1 billion trees in a single day. Is anyone else questioning how many were planted? Like if anywhere?
Did Does he remind you, like, if you were to replace that red coat with the coat with all the question marks on it, did he give you those vibes? You know that guy, the infomercial dude.
Shit, man.
What's he talking about?
I'm just thinking of the Riddler when you say that.
Yeah, there was what is the most difficult conversation on Clubhouse? Who created this?
There's 7 trillion, the 100 trillion.
You know, it's funny. My first question was, who created it? And then I fucking read the choices and I knew exactly who created it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow, I'm just on here. I voted Clubhouse Road Rage. That was an Uber car because everybody had a wow, I'm in the Uber. So yeah, that's what it are again.
Clubhouse Road Rage, some funny shit.
Who are people that used to be present on this app that you're glad that they're gone?
Beetlejuice.
I'm not gonna
Don't say it, Ann.
And I will say the name, but I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Well, you can't say it because it's like every other
not
day
here.
is different.
He's not here.
Wait, who?
You know who I'm talking about.
That doesn't care about town.
Hmm?
Who?
And come on. Atheist.
Well, he's passed away.
He's dead. Rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Do you really mean that?
I didn't know.
If he's an atheist, he's certainly not resting in peace.
I don't want to dishonor him. He was conservative atheist. Because the people that were on this app that we spoke to, that we never met, the people that have died on here, I don't want to dishonor them or make fun of them. So, you know, they were people.
Oh God.
And I mean, no,
Do
for
you
real.
remember Matt Brooks, Mojo?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I'm familiar.
Brooks, I think I remember. He sounds familiar.
And you remember Bootleg, right?
Yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah, so there's been a couple that have got to pour out some for the dead homies.
No, but I really want people to dishonor the dead. And the people that we never got to talk to. Because when we were talking, chatting, if we were live and in person, we wouldn't talk to them the same way we do on the app.
How would we talk to them?
A little bit more decorum and respect. That's for sure.
I'd be a little bit more
I don't know how you talk.
I think I'd be more decorable as well.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I would. Because after, you know, when you start to, talk to people after a while, and it's not worth trying to cuss people out or talk to them like you don't know them or like them or talk to them like they ain't shit. You talk to them like they're some people, and that's what I realized on social media. I don't want to talk to people like they're not a person. That they're a person on a phone, and then another phone. You're talking on an iPhone or Samsung, whatever the fuck your tablet or.
I know, bitch. I'm an Android bitch.
Oh, you know what? Fuck that. I use Android. Fuck that.
All right. Well, hey, you know what? We're all men, right? Isn't that what you just said? We're all human.
Yeah.
So it's all good.
And you just disrespected me.
No, but I didn't know. It was unintentional.
But I won't use an iPhone.
Alright.
If y'all want to spend $1,500 on the iPhone, that's okay. If y'all want to make the little payments too, y'all want to spend, your $50 for AT&T, and then the extra $8 on the iPhone. That's cool. Do that.
Yeah, man.
But
I wouldn't care if it was Sprint PTS you're still hanging on to, okay? When we're here, we're family. And you like the Olive Garden, you know?
yeah, but I'm saying I don't want this on the day.
Well, can I make a dead guy joke just because it's
No,
right at the tip of the tongue? Okay. So he was also kind of fat, I think, and if he died because of like a coronary or something tied to like obesity, what you could have said is not rest in peace, rest in peace, rest in peace, but recipes, recipes, recipes. Which is actually what I thought you were saying. Okay, recipes, recipes, recipes. Maybe it was too many recipes. Maybe homeboy got a little too, It's all those people that get taught by their mimons who still cook with, real lard. That's a hard upbringing to shake. When you got brought up on lard cooking, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Tommy, you ever cook with ghee?
It's clarified butter. No, only because I
just frozen butter.
I don't know if it comes frozen. It probably does, but it's like the clear portion of butter that you distill essentially. Then you store it as like this pure form of butter. I mean,
What about beef tallow?
Oh yeah, I mean, fuck, if I had like some extra beef tallow fucking sitting around here, I absolutely would. I just don't have,
I did.
They probably do say.
No, go ahead, Tommy. Sorry.
No. I want to know what you were made to think of. What we're making.
No. So you're making me think of when I used to work a long time ago. When I worked at Popeyes, there was yes, I worked at Popeyes for a long time.
Hey. Go on.
Like there was this whole this white creamy substance that was like cubic, and it was this lard, like this grease. Like you melt it become
Crisco.
It kind of like yeah. Crisco, right?
How would it come in like a?
Tommy, would you ever consider masturbating using Crisco?
Oh, okay. Let's not start the conversation. He might say yes, but let's not start the conversation. Don't tempt him.
I feel like the thermal viscosity would be good.
See, that's kind of. I mean, I haven't used Costco in a minute, Leia, and I was trying to think like, oh, what is it? Because I don't recall it being very. Like it's yes. It has a high temperature, like a heat of what's the term? But yeah, it's not as you what's the word, man? I'm being retarded cussing right now. As you heat it up in your hands, it doesn't enhance its lubricity characteristics. Actually, it's been probably over 20 years ever since I've even seen Crisco.
Hold on, I have a question. And do you cook?
Yeah.
Like really though?
Yeah.
I mean, I have an 11-year-old, so I mean, yeah.
But I mean, do you like get down in the kitchen?
I don't really like it, but I mean, I do. I don't grill.
Like for example, there's some people that you just know that like are cooks. Like I don't know. cooking, if she heard this conversation, she would leave the app because she doesn't like hearing other people talk about food because she feels like they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah. So, Ann, what dish do you think you make the best out of any dish that you have, tried to make?
Some sort of casserole. White girls are always into casseroles.
I'll have you know, if you look through the pictures on my little PTR thing, I have become quite the little homemade bread connoisseur, and I made homemade bread rolls stuffed with homemade meatballs, homemade marinara, and homemade mozzarella cheese.
So we're talking like an Italian little combo, a little cheesy combo, a little burst to get the seams a little.
Oh, not sub, but roll.
Oh, roll, okay. There's been a lot of
And they're beautiful.
Brad, get up here. This is the only way we can end the day. You
I mean, I haven't really heard anything beyond that personal gay little BBC guy that, he had his wives making Edward. What?
Luke Baxter in a room, and like half the room was like, I think there's nothing wrong with that. I want my own land where it's only us. It was so interesting to hear like a group of black people like begging segregation. It was fucking amazing. Vietnams are in this room. We've got like 3 of them.
I do guys pretty block.
Oh, you do?
I blocked BB. I can't stand BB. I think she's awful.
Oh, I can't believe it is. She says I need some drunk.
I'm gonna say this. I don't like segregation because me growing up with I went to a high school and I'll say this so you can understand where I'm from. So I'm from Northern California. Grew up in the Bay Area.
Me too.
Yeah. And what city? What city, by the way?
Oakland when I was a little kid. And my
Okay.
teen years I was in Hayward.
All right, go Hayward. Okay, I'll be Hayward. I got friends there. So I appreciate diversity and want to grow up and experience different cultures. So when here's the thing. So you get 2 things in life as far as like cultures. Either you have to go out and fly out this called scene culture, or the culture comes to you. I have the advantage of the cultures being there in the cities that I lived in, and I got to know the people that descended from these cultures and their experience.
Where were you at, like Berkeley?
I was born there. I was born in Berkeley. So I was in Berkeley in times, yes. So that's my birthplace. That's my birthplace. That's my ultimate place. So,
where maybe you'd go to the next town over. Like you wouldn't go too fucking far away. And now, like the proximity thing has changed to the point where, you know, you may find somebody online that doesn't even live in your state. You hit it off, and I mean, this shit happens on Clubhouse. Like, you know, people start meeting each other that live states away. I don't know if anybody on this stage can relate, right?
And
Yes.
you and I have this thing.
Yes, we do.
Well, we fall in love with people who live far away.
Well, I mean, it wasn't the plan.
Yeah, it wasn't the plan. We didn't like. Aaron, I hate you for this when you say this. You see, you're true, brother. I hate you for this.
I did talk to that person the other day. It was actually nice.
When you talk to that person?
All the time. No, I'll be honest. She's reached out to me a few times after we wrote the death that. She's reached out to me to check on me and I told her to look at it.
Oh, when? Like, when's the last time you talked to
I
that person?
talked to her 2 days ago.
Just let her know I love her.
Oh my god.
You know I love her. This is so gay. Shut up. Shut up.
So gay.
Be quiet. No, but anyway.
No, Joe, you know that person that we were talking about the other day.
But anyway. I'm talking about. Y'all threw me off, but when you get to know different cultures and people, it's still something you to not be ignorant, to not know what they're coming from, or what they know, or how they're feeling, or what their grievances are. You're going to understand. But the downside of being to diversity is you forget who you are sometimes, where your culture, where your people sit, and get lost. And sometimes you need to ground yourself. You need to get grounded in who your people are, what your story is, where you come from. And you tell your story, what your part is in whatever part of the world your people come from.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not that interested in identity. I think people over-index the importance of identity.
I just get so concerned that if I ever tried becoming an Android person, that I just get lost in a mess. You know what I mean? It's, that's a big leap.
You're distracting now. You're distracting. You're really deviating. I'm not talking about Android iPhone.
FYI, we did have Mark Rice on the stage just a second ago, but he left, and I had messaged him telling him, yeah.
Who's Mark Rice?
I added him and he added me, so that's a start. I think the last time he and I got into a conversation, I cursed him out, so we'll have to gently ease things in. What is come over you? What do you call this, Joe? That was like 7 months ago or something like that. What do you call this re-emergence of light? I would say there's a couple of reasons. I mean, if you look at my PTR, like I've got this new glow about me, and I'm embracing it. Is it a time out glow?
It's this aura.
Well, welcome, Tamok. Get him modded up. No, you know what? I'm just not as I'm not as interested in having like these crazy adversarial conversations. I am interested in watching other people have them, if I'm being honest, but I don't want to be a participant in the adversarial thing unless it's by
saw when I was a kid?
Oh my God! Let's listen.
I want to know.
Hold on. Listen. The last thing in the world that you want to do when you bump into somebody that's famous is you don't want to like become a fan like in like 3 seconds. You can just hold it back a little bit. Hold it back.
I'm sorry.
Slow play this.
Leave him alone.
Buddy, go ahead.
Marvel, last year I spent release in October 19th. Nationwide AMC theater, so tell your friends and bring everybody out.
Okay. I don't want to be like a fanboy when I was a kid. Because I noticed you like a couple.
Roger just says that he likes all the attention on him.
Yeah.
No, hold on. I'll be honest. It's kind of like a relationship. It's like I want my special relationship with Ty Mach. I don't want him to have a special relationship with all of his fans. I'm the president of the fan club.
Because the only thing I just want to confirm is because I saw Ty Mac on Clubhouse like 2 years ago, and I was wondering if it was him because I know there's but I don't want to be like, oh, it's a fan. Oh my gosh, it's Ty Mac. All right, it's cool.
My name is Ty Mach. I just want to let you know that.
Ty Mach.
I come in, I don't know a lot about politics and
I'm just like, if it's
Roger can be pretty funny and interesting sometimes, so I like the guy, and I come to his room. I don't come to Clubhouse much, but I come to his room and hang out.
okay. But if it's you, if it's the topic I saw him behind, I'll be tripping. So glad to have accounted in some form. So
Thank you.
yeah. That's all. I'm not gonna be tripping.
But he ain't cool, man.
Yeah. But anyway, let me.
What do you want to do? Who's about to argue today?
He's arguing with me.
No. Listen. I've stayed out of the way of arguments today. You missed an epic day. I would argue today was the most epic day of 2025 on all of Clubhouse.
Oh, man.
Oh really?
Oh yeah, we had a full Brad crash out, directed towards multiple people, all female, including Shirley, which was very interesting. We had a book reading. We read the Tao. Finished the book today, we then had.
I missed it again.
Yeah, we've had, you missed that book, but the next book we're doing, you might be interested in, we're doing The Art of War, so.
What author?
Sun Tzu.
Oh,
present on Clubhouse and put in a phone number to get call-ins to the thing. So it's like the late night thing. It's gonna be a different crowd because it'll be late at night, but I think it's gonna be fun. So what are you gonna be talking about? Like what's your content? Basically anything. Like I don't want to be told to do anything. I'll absolutely like kind of riff on like politics and current events and whatnot.
So are you? So I mean, this is a crowd. So you're left wing, right wing, or you criticize both sides or third party or what?
Yeah, I kind of live outside of those typical perspectives, but I find more alignment with either truly classical liberals or fiscal conservatives. But yeah, I don't really find any commonality with the MAGA Republicans or progressive Democrats. That to me, they're on the horseshoe. They're both like as disgusting as each other. They're both economic interventionists.
So you're like super far outside of the reality.
Beyond reality.
That's cool because you're easy to relate to because everybody can probably, to a large degree, to get to know you, and that's a good thing.
I relate to you fucking hardcore, Mojo. You didn't even know that. I just told you right now.
No, I totally knew that. I like we bonded when he told me that in Linwood, Washington, he almost got killed at a hockey game.
Straight up, man. So is this the Odyssey app? Can you hook a man up with the?
It's quite literally AM radio.
Yeah, no, I know. What's the frequency?
Oh,
My G.
for fuck's sake. I don't even know. What does that mean?
Like 95.6.
Oh. Yeah, hold on. Let me tell you.
Dude, come on. Sports Radio 1410 the ticket. Or 1310 the ticket.
I don't know. I had to Google these guys and email them. Hold on, let me pull up my email.
Yeah, I told Mojo about him being personality or Clubhouse, and I said, wouldn't it be cool for you to do your own podcast, your own radio show, your own YouTube channel? You don't even have to show your face. You could just have and that person's like, that sounds interesting, and then I pushed more, and then he understood that, this is a good idea, and now he's taking it, so I can't wait to see it all the way through the end, because I think it's going to do well. I think so. In fact, I got a friend, she's married to one of Def Leppard musicians, and she's really good with this kind of stuff. She has her own radio show, and she knows a lot about this stuff, Mojo, so if you ever need any more information around that, she's really knowledgeable.
Yeah, so it's KKNW.
AKNW. Northwest. Something. That's a pretty good one, actually. There's some random ones out there.
argument, but like I came off mute to say I've never seen it, so there's that.
That's strange. It has never crossed my phone screen. So.
I know. I think that's next never touches yet.
Like, so how widely distributed was this bush? Quite.
See, I'm not getting excited and right away.
See, I'm excited. Because, like, he just wants to say friend and whatever. Just to, like, and I'm like, you're so lame. You're so lame. But I let him have that. So I don't care if everyone on the island thinks I am. It's part of it. I let him have his win.
Oh.
Friend with a huge bag of head. You know, he's so tough.
I remember when the whole PTR of the movies was a thing. People were doing like private rooms and like change their PTR, and then every now and again, like you just go randomly look at somebody's thing and you'd be like, "Whoa, what's going on with that?" And then you go in the hallway and like fucking, like, oh, all right.
There were those erotic rooms, right? Like, the sex therapists that were talking about everything, every position, and the different parts.
No, that was valuable. I'm talking about just two pervy people that get in a private room and the guy will just tell the chick, like, hey, show me your tits, pretty lady. And then, like, they'll just PTR, like, their new body. What's crazy is, like,
It's very common, very normal.
It's a random thing, but if somebody happens to look at your PTR at that moment in time, that's what they're going to see. And now with the paid feature, you can do the look back and see it all.
Nobody likes you, you girl.
Well, you're a different color than me, and that's bad.
Well, you dress like a... Hold on a second. Whoa! Mr. T! Sounds like one of the way a man dresses. Way a man dresses is his business. It's not to be joked about. I'm pretty fool. It's to the man clothing. Guy ain't judging clothing.
It's okay.
Let's go. There's a man over there. Give us candy if we can't stand.
I don't know if that's a
Not
good
at all.
idea.
I had a burner account, and I logged in to get into the room, and I was like blocked out of it. And then I was just on a burner account, and so I decided like to peruse the thing, and I saw like Tim Cook was in a room, so I popped in, and the burner account was this like Indian chick that had like she was wearing like a mask, like it was COVID time, right? She's wearing a mask, and then but she's like very well endowed, like big chest, right? And I'm in the room, I'm not saying a word, I'm like down below, and all of a sudden I get a message from Dave Cook, and he had read the bio, and in the bio, I was trying to throw like all the stuff off, so like I said like I was a vegetarian, and then he was like, oh, vegetarian is very interesting, and back in those days I used to hang out in libertarian rooms, and I was PTR and like this conversation that I had with Dave Cook on the burner account where he was trying to holler just because the chick had big tits.
Yeah, the clubhouse opened up a lot. A lot of conversation, a lot of personalities that you would normally not expect. Maybe even myself, that happened quite a few times. Because people think I'm some 19-year-old because I think I was 19. So they still see me that way, or they see me as Bruce Leroy. So when maybe I'm sometimes a little brash or a little outspoken, like, oh, that's not him. It throws people off. But I think people that are intelligent know that this character and this person in real life.
I mean, Max, get into it, but only because you had tried how passionate were you before everything inside of you?
Sam, you got some hard R Tourette syndrome. You guys want to donate to the campaign to elect John Kitover? We raised $500 today on Clubhouse.
Don't you have flashbacks of like the old itself where it just comes out in a moment without you thinking about it?
Let's say I meet a woman that I'm really attracted to, right? And like the heart start beating a bit. But now, before I would go about many different ways, but not the direct way to go right to it, you know? So that's changed. But back in those days, I would gotta buy some water and style. Right side or left side. All that kind of thing. So now I'm not. Gotta get easy. I still might get the excitement to talk to her, right? But I do go over it, and I'm not, that young, I'm different that way. Yeah, that would differ a lot with.
Okay, check out this thing.
Check out my boss.
Yeah, I'm not. You're the reason you're on Clubhouse, bro.
I forgot her name.
Vanity. So what he's saying is you would jerk off to Vanity before you go on to
No. It's like a girl that really liked you and then you come in and you're like, oh, I got a plane for her.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but it's just
But that's innate in all men, right? To a certain degree. And they always want to show that protection, that kind of thing. Yeah.
yeah. There's women on this app that I feel are protected. Yeah, that kind of. Hey, we don't have to name names. Wait, which one of these are? Anyway, I'll be quiet. Anyway. No, man. I'll protect you, Mojo. Thank you. But that one. But anyway, let's go on. So,
Don't let Mojo put you in a little box. You can express yourself. Don't.
I don't want to be a fanboy.
Mojo's gonna go for it. Don't worry about
I don't want to be a fanboy. Be like, oh, time out. Oh my gosh. And then, dude, don't worry. I'm Greg. And movie is not fanboy. Yeah, hold on. I went through that same experience 4 years ago. I was chasing him around the app. I couldn't get his attention for fuck all. Well, first of all, I'm the master, and you're gonna be like,
It's too bad that Julius, the actor who Chipper is gone. Because I reached out to him years ago before he passed away and talked to him about doing some of this Comic Cons. And I'm a family type of guy, and I really get off on them getting excited and stuff. And man, it would have been great. And he was going through a tough time. There's a lot of actors too in Hollywood. He was contrast between him and I was perfect. Again, it's in the brand, yeah. Yeah, that's why I reached out to him. It was way back, and shortly afterward he kind of prostate cancer. Yeah, but not to put it down. I mean, Julius Carrington.
How you doing tonight? And how's everyone doing? Wonderful. All that talk just had me thinking of, another warrior out there that lost a battle with his, own mind, Mr. Jason David Frank, the White Ranger, first Green Ranger, then White Ranger, then Red Ranger, then White Ranger. And, yeah. I mean, his stepdaughter and he's going through a divorce. Damn, I know. I just happened that at the time, just because it was COVID, it was a person on Instagram that I was into, and I was like, oh, okay, this is what they do, and this is the lifestyle. And it was during that discovery of oh, this is like a full year-round touring sort of thing that actually brings a lot of success for people in areas all over the world, like Indianapolis, fucking Topeka, Kansas, fucking all over the board, and then just like that, and it's sad this other fallen guy, and I was like, damn, lost it. Thank God it's cycle. I grew up watching the Power Rangers, and that guy died. Dude, with Kimberly, it's morphin' time, dude. It's morphin' time. I know. He committed suicide. The fucked up part is he committed suicide. Something was going on. I don't know what was going on with that.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt really quickly.
No, go ahead, talk about it.
That was at a event at a Comic-Con, I don't know, it was a long time ago, it was when it was live, and a couple of the Power Rangers knew who I was. They invited me to a thing, a get-together at this place in Florida, by the beach, and we were all hanging out, and he was there. Pretty nice guy. We get into talking too much, but you never know. Yeah. Oh, cool. You never know, you never know what's going on in people's lives personally, right? It's interesting, because you would have never known that not too long after he would commit suicide. Yeah.
So be kind. So was it long after? Was it soon after he came back?
Yeah, that's it. About a year. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I didn't, because at the time when Power Rangers came out, I didn't get into that because it was almost like WWE when I was a kid. When I was not a kid, when I was, I'd say 21, 22, I looked at it like too goofy and campy, right? And so I didn't get into Power Rangers. But then the generation after, I sort of into it. It's not that I was meeting them and meeting some of these Power Rangers, looking down on them, but as a kid or a young man, I was like, this is just garbage. But then I could say the same thing when people buy stuff. So
By the time that I saw again, and I don't know what was after that, but it was I was working 5, so by the time I was somewhere between 10 and 5. If you were born in '85, then you were were born when it came out, so you probably
It came out before I was born.
No, it was came in '85.
it came out.
Okay, so I was like, right, so by the time I saw it, it was probably like 5, 10 years. I can't remember. Like it was at least 6 to 10. But
What are some of the movies that you grew up? If we were talking about you, would it be like Enter the Dragon and shit like that?
Well, of course, because I grew up, following obviously any of those great martial arts films. But I like old movies when I was a kid. I like Paul Newman, Sidney Poitier, Robert Redford.
What did you think of Game and Death? You familiar with that one, right?
Oh yeah, that was when Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee died during the shooting of that movie, and because Bruce Lee was such a bigger than life and so popular, they realized we should make some money because he shot like I'd say 30% of the movie, and they hired a lookalike that didn't look anything like him, and it was some of the stuff that they were doing to they even overlapped his face, like it was really bad.
Are you familiar with Grandmaster Jihan Jay?
That sounds good, but I think that's
He's the guy that he was in Game of Death, but he's the one that founded Hapkido.
Oh
Yeah. I actually went into a dojo, if that's what we're gonna call it, in San Bruno, California, with a guy by the name of Master Young. And Master Young had studied under Jihan Jay. That guy was cool as shit. He got out of teaching people because he didn't want students that didn't want to learn the entire art. He wanted to teach people how to heal people, as well as teach them how to defend themselves and to do things. And when Master Young found that his students didn't care about like all of the things that he had been taught, he didn't think that it was worth teaching, and so he left.
Yeah, well, there's that whole history, right? Even Kung Fu, Chinese styles, like Qigong, Tai Chi, a lot of well-studied teachers that know about healing. And yeah, it's very different. But thanks to America, with this capitalism, right, it's all about the money. And they're just trying to market the athleticism more than anything else. What are the top things that you talked about with the IG? What are the things that kind of resonated?
With Jihan Jay?
No, the IG, the book when you read it.
Oh yeah.
What are the things that kind of sparked you a little bit?
I think the thing that it was different people getting different things out of it. For me, I focus a lot on politics, and I have a distrust for authoritarian government styles. I was drawn to the critiques of that, whereas other people were drawn to other areas, right? I think this is something that's going to require multiple readings, because the first time through, it's like you gravitate towards the things that connect with what you already believe to be true, right? And it's like, oh, okay, that kind of reinforces an idea. But I think it's going to require multiple readings to really drink.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. When it comes to those kind of things, you have to allow your own point of view to put it aside to try to take it in.
And isn't that the whole point of it, right? It's it's very interesting.
That's the point of any type of book. So, you do your best to put your own point of view.
I gotta die to self. I hate that term.
But the whole thing about that is so much that we don't know about ourselves. everybody has some, well, I'd say passion. Some haven't been realized, but if you're after something like you have passion, and a lot of times that passion is stilted until you really know you're gonna have to make money, you have to survive, you have a family, and then all of a sudden the layers fall apart. Like if you're a salesman and you have to knock on doors the old way, right? The old way. Someone before they develop this need, this desperate need, this to survive. They won't. I'm not gonna go talk to no stranger. I'm not. And all of a sudden, it drops off, and they become this person that's talkative, that's really, it's a learning curve, but it's interesting about that.
I would say that the early going of sales training, because this is the area that I've spent my life, you do get taught to like come out of your shell and talk, and then you get to a point where you realize like that's not even the key to the success. The key is really to shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
Like,
listening,
yeah, you gotta ask a question, a provocative question that inspires them to speak, and then you fucking listen. And then if you really listen, they will tell you exactly how they want to be sold to. You just have to ask the right questions. Shut the fuck. Shutting up is the biggest lesson that you can learn in sales.
That's very astute because I like the saying, and I heard it once in a while, learn to see other people's world or be in other people's world. So you shut up and listen, and they'll tell you, if you have that type of personality, or you don't even have to, you just listen. Some people just talk. If you ask certain questions, that they'll step right in and talk, and you can really.
Yeah. So my process is like this. I think of it as you have a current state, and then you have a future state, and then you have the work that I have to do as a salesperson is to fill the gap between the current state and the future state. And so let's say let's keep it as simple as possible. Let's say somebody has a roof on their home. Their current state is they have a roof, maybe it's 30 years old. The current state is a 30-year-old roof. Now, they also may have a current state where they don't have, they weren't anticipating putting on a new roof on their home and anticipating that expense. But the current state is that the roof needs to be replaced or repaired. And if you can walk them through, okay, here's the current situation. Here's what the future would look like. Wouldn't it be nice to make sure that you don't have a leaky roof, and all the problems that can create, all the unintended expenses that would create. And so you get them to tell you about what the current situation is, all in their words. Like they define the problem. I don't define the problem. They define the problem. Then I help them describe the future state where they not only have they identified the problem, they've identified the solution. That like, yeah, a new roof would be the shit, especially if it had a warranty, especially if I could pay over time, especially if there was zero debt. Like, and you get them to you get them to acknowledge the current, dream up the future, and then all of the work that you do in between is solving the problems that they have of like, they've got budget constraints. They don't have the money to pay for a roof. So you have to figure out how are you going to make that work. And that's what the salesmanship comes in. But if you can get them to acknowledge that they have a problem, and then get them to envision a solution and trust you enough that you can deliver that solution, well then you just gotta then you do the work.
Yeah. And so did you ever, I'm sure you did, but I want to know the process what was most successful. I really I had the intention, and someone, let's say someone that doesn't make more than $30,000 a year, they want to make 150 or maybe $1 million, right? They would set the intention, write that exactly, every detail, specifically of what that money means to them, you know, and what it provides them, maybe their family, maybe they have a business that can provide a lot in the community, and you want to get your feelings elevated, but that would happen naturally if it's something that fires you up, right? So when you go into the meditation, you're going into not to know, Raj, not to know, which is the 3D dimension. So when you're sitting down, you have to let go. This is the skill that you develop. You let go of time, space, matter, that means your body, your identity, all these things. And then you get to a point where you're nowhere, no time, no place. And that's what you call quantum physics, the field, right? The divine. And then you come out of the meditation, you did your job, and you go about your day. And all kinds of interesting synchronicities start to happen.
Interesting. Yeah. My approach to selling is it's completely against the way that most people are taught to sell. Like, people are taught to sell where you build this yes momentum. That's what they would refer to it as, where you ask questions where you get a yes, and then you think that you're just going to keep asking questions till you get to the, oh, you just sign right here, and then they're just going to say yes. And I think once upon a time that may have worked, because I don't think it would have gotten taught that way as best practice if it didn't have its day in the sun. But what I found more effective, and what's been effective for a long time, is to do the exact opposite, where a lot of people now don't want to be sold to. They feel like if they buy, like somehow like they got taken advantage of. And so what you do is you lean into the idea that they want to say no. And because that makes them feel more in control. So the questions that you frame, you make sure that the no means yes. Meaning, if I was to simply just say, hey, can we meet and I can take a look at that roof, would you be opposed to meeting Tuesday at 2? So now I'm asking a question in a way where they're going to say the word no, which is what they wanted to say, but the no means yes. The no means no, I wouldn't be, they say, no, I wouldn't be opposed to that, because no is a more comfortable thing than saying yes, especially to a salesperson. And so it sounds like it's super manipulative. All you're doing, though, is you could argue that it would be manipulative to ask the question, to frame it in any way, because you're trying to get an end state, desired goal of a sale. It just, how do people want to be sold to? They want to say no? Okay, great. Let me ask questions that they can say no to that still meets my objective. And so it's an interesting thing that gets you a lot of traction. And it also, it causes them to put their guard. And that's the most important thing, is that if when you're a salesperson, the first obstacle you have is how do you get them to not be defensive? And how do you get them to not, see you as a guy that's utilizing sales tactics, right? And one of those things is trying to figure out, well, when they engage with salespeople, what is their experience typically going to be? And then you do the things that are opposite of that. And so now they're having a different type of experience. And you can make it super engaging and really genuinely connect. There's just certain things that when it comes to the important parts of how you ask a question, you just got to make sure that you're asking it in a way that doesn't cause their defenses to go up. And because that builds the resistance I create all of the, I will acknowledge all the obstacles that typically get in the way. Most salespeople don't have the confidence to do that, but if you do that, then all of a sudden you find them negotiating with you of like, you know, if you tell somebody that the home that they have pride in it, they can like essentially allude to the idea that you don't think they can afford the roof, they're going to now tell you that they can afford the roof, right? Rather than you trying to tell them how cheap it's going to be. That's the other thing. Now you're going to like meet them in this negotiation cycle where they want a lower price. If you tell them up front, you know, that, hey, with the cost of materials, this tariffs, man, ooh, this stuff's going to be expensive. You know, I can leave you with the quote, but, you know, just letting you know, this is going to be an ordeal. It's probably more than you're thinking. And then and then all of a sudden they're like, well, how much is it? Right? And once they start asking questions about price rather than you have to dance around it, you got it.
There's so many layers to it. One is the layer of just being authentic. You know, being able to be authentic, but at the same time, like again, like I said, having the intention to sell them something. So, but you brought up the point of listening. That's so important because if you have the intention to sell and they're already a no, and you're not listening, which a lot of people do, right? Then you're not even going to hear the people that you want to sell to. You're totally disconnected. But if you have the intention, right, and you know exactly what you want to do, then you do the things like you were saying, and they'll come out, they'll tell you exactly what they want. But you have to do those different things that we're talking about to bring it out, and basically you're changing what something might originally be in their head. You know, you do this, buying this roof, and you're making it something that they see as a need for them, rather than why would I want that? You know, now for some, they're telling you like exactly, well, how much is it? Right? So it's very interesting, and it could be fun for some people. They like they get decisions. You know, who would you say is like great in politics? And I know most people's answer, who's the best salesperson?
You want to know the truth? I think this is going to surprise a lot of people. I think AOC is fantastic when it comes to selling ideas. I don't agree with what she's selling, but if you think about it, she primaried a Democrat in her neighborhood by just outworking them. She went into the neighborhood, understood the demographic, talked to the people, met them where they were at. She campaigned her ass off. Like third parties you should study the politician that you most agree with. You should study the politician that had similar circumstances. I think what people miss about AOC is that she ran a fucking phenomenal fucking initial campaign. She took what I think are batshit crazy ideas, understood her demographic, and went out there and met people. She like put the fucking work in, and like that's the person that, again, I think she's fucking crazy. I hate her fucking ideas, but if you had to model yourself after a candidate that was, I think, initially unlikely to be seen as viable, and now look at her, I think what she's accomplished is pretty fucking impressive. There's examples of this throughout politics, but I like mentioning that one because it's acknowledging that even the person that I think is fucking like horrible in terms of her ideas was very good in the tactical piece of getting herself elected.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think that they shouldn't call politicians. I think they should call them salesmen, right? If you call them salesmen, then it makes it clearer, I think, to people that who these people really are. And I know some might say, "Oh, you're just judging the politicians." I just think that's what they really are. They're selling something. Do you agree?
I would say that every job is sales.
Well, young people's. They don't have to sell anything. That's their need. You follow me?
No, I think teachers sell shit too. I know.
But I'm talking about at the high school. I'm not talking about that. You know.
Yeah, so I think they're all salespeople. And on the political side, here's the interesting thing. Depending on who your audience is, your sales process is going to be much different. Like if you're talking to your constituents, you can sell them on ideas that you know that they want to hear. And then but then when it comes to selling the idea to get it passed, when you need some bipartisan support, all of a sudden you're selling it a little bit differently. And you're making these compromises. And I think the scary thing is right now we live in a world where things are so evenly divided that politics works better when there's a dominant party and there's a party that wishes that they can compete. Because what will happen?
That's going on now.
Well, no, it's so evenly divided. If you look at it, it's the margins are so thin. You got to think back to like when Reagan won his re-election, he won 49 out of 50 states. It was like the country wanted Reagan to be the president. Now you have the divide lines are really forget about state by state. It's in big urban centers in the city. They're hardcore Democrat outside of Dallas, right? But and then in rural communities, it's purple, and depending on how close to the city and how close you are to rural. And then in the rural community, it's deeply red. And the constituents in those areas have much different wants, much different needs. And so because there's no dominant party, what happens is people have to capitulate their own views, or they have to sell some radical idea to try to find people that had tuned out of politics. This is what Trump does, right? Trump converts people to come and vote that never wanted to be interested in politics because they're like, oh, this guy's different. And that's the thing that I think that traditional Republicans didn't understand initially, which is how he became president in the first place. And I think that's something that Democrats still don't fully fucking wrap their head around.
So that's why I think they should be called 67. I think I understand what you said with the AOC because she went from nothing, I guess. I don't know a lot about it, but I know that she didn't start out as a politician or let's say salesman. And then all of a sudden, like you said, she did the work. And boom. Then you got Trump. I still think he's the top salesman because he'll do something that most people won't do. He'll say something, and he knows it's going to get a reaction. So it's like he's leading people emotionally towards the direction that he wants to go in.
So yes, he is leading the direction they want to go in. It does not necessarily mean the direction he wants to go in is a positive direction.
Say that again.
So the direction he wants to go in is not necessarily the best direction to go in.
Well, that's every politician. There's every politician might be well Dan.
No, you're okay. What I mean by my comment is Donald Trump is who he is. People recognize his political grift, whether they like it or not, and make predictions based on those kind of comments. So they'll say Donald Trump is a little more on the side of corporations that want to keep their own profits, I should say. Well, I mean that insofar as the folks that are on the other side of that seem to want to keep their profits while criticizing the way things work at the very same time. complicated, so sorry.
Yeah. You're a little on the 50-second, huh, Marshall?
Or you're tired. I am laying in bed, and yes, that is.
But when I come out there, close eye. He's a real passionate about this.
I got a question for you, Marshall. Are you going to join the campaign to help get John Kitover elected to Congress?
If Kitover is willing to do people's work, yes. If he is willing to do his own work, then no.
I think that he took a major step. He's got a website. He's got everything set up. We did a money bomb for him today, and we raised $1,000 for his campaign in day one. What do you think of that?
My question is his campaign website the actual website, or is it just one of those things you establish? If John is interested in serving, then I am always in the metric of let's help. Let's get that person that's interested in serving up front. So if you're genuinely interested in serving and you want to do people's work, aside from your own, it is what it is, they're conspiratorial, they are what they are, then I'd be willing to help you. If you're willing to, make a pledge, go and work for people, then I'm all about that. If the people are secondary to your metric, then I'm not really interested. So, if the people are first, then I'm on board. If the people are second, then I'm not on board.
Well, what do you think of his starting point of being an alternative in his race as a voice that wants to reduce the national debt because he doesn't believe that it's fair to kick the can down the road for people's kids and grandkids? He's I think of him as a Midwest Thomas Massey. That's the way I'm kind of looking at the campaign.
So I'm all about that. If you want to spend less money, you want to get into where we should be able to and stand within our means, then I'm all about that. If that's what Edmund's campaign is, then that's what I'll support. I don't want to support some sort of hey, we should make Edmund the most powerful congressman. I'm more
Nice.
in the frame of hey, we can get Edmund to ask some questions that are important and to be an additive to Thomas Massey. If Thomas Massey
if you lived in his district and you knew nothing about him and you heard that he was running, what would be the first question you would ask him?
Edmund, how do you intend to impact basic voters? What is the thing they should know about you that will impact the folks who are most likely to vote?
I thought about this for a decent amount of time the other day, and it's three things primarily. One is I want to lower the property taxes for the constituents in the District 16. I want to lower the income taxes, and I want to lower personal and public debt for them. I feel like that would be three things that I could personally work on for them that I think that they would consider of great value for an elected representative to help them with those three very important issues in their lives.
So the good question here is, what out of those three things do you expect you'll be able to make the most impact on? I don't care whether it's the folks closest to you, the folks farther away, folks farther away from you, or whether it's folks in the medium term. Like, what do you think you could make the most important impact on, and how would that impact the rest of the good grief. The rest
Take your time, Marshall.
No, I'm laying in bed right now, so sorry. The rest of the constituents. So sorry for my, describing of this to people. But Edmund, how would you describe that to the most folks who have that sort of impact on it, that, like, hey, we want your help, but hey, we don't necessarily understand you, like, getting involved in the middle of this shit. How would that work? And as I've told you before, you tell me how I can help you. I'll go out of my way to find a way to help a constituent. So if you need help, you just let me know.
Thanks, Marshall. I don't know if you see any of these town hall videos, but the constituents tear up these Republican congressmen and senators at their town hall events because they feel completely disconnected. They're angry with what's happening, what choices are being made, and generally people get very angry when there's no transparency. Education and transparency go hand in hand. So if there's anything I can do for the voters of the 16th district, it would be so that I could be as transparent with them as possible by educating them about the national debt, about the annual deficit, about the unfunded liabilities, about the potential of a death spiral where prices start increasing every 2 to 3 days. By 2050, we'll be paying $4 trillion annually on the interest, and we're only collecting $5 trillion. So at that rate, or in 2050, there will be nothing left to spend on other than borrowing to spend. So we have a major borrowing and spending addiction problem in this country. That's my thoughts.
What do you think's driving that? I'm still a novice when it comes to politics, and so this is interesting. What do you think's driving these salesman politicians / politicians to continue to kick the can down the road?
It's the capability and the capability to do it. We're the world reserve currency. We can apparently just keep borrowing. But it's also evil inclination. It's immorality. It's unethical behavior. It's not living the way that you would live your life personally. The government.
Give me an example, like when you say what you just said. Give me an example of what the actions they're doing specifically.
They're buying $2 trillion a year over what they collect annually in taxes, and they're spending that money across a wide variety of different government services, primarily Medicare, Medicaid,
I'm sorry,
which
Tom,
is...
I'm talking about to the average person. What is the evil that's being done to them? Break it down for me so I understand.
Yeah, if you go to usdebtcollect.org, you can see how much each average American owes the government. I think it's $116,000 at this point.
The taxes, okay.
Yeah, you're not born into this life with a surplus like you are in Norway or Saudi Arabia, where they have sovereign wealth funds in the trillions or hundreds of billions. You are born into automatic debt in this country, $115,000 just in debt. Then you're going to spend 30, 40 years working and paying more taxes. So we have completely flipped this ship upside down since the year 2000, and we have to come up with some creative and maybe belt tightening procedures, which is being cheap and fiscally conservative in what we're going to do in the future, because to just kick the can down the road is irresponsible and self-destructive. And if you love your country, you want to preserve its legacy by preserving the treasury. The treasury is one of the most important things in a castle. If the treasury is empty, the kingdom has no power.
What politicians do you think are along those lines of thinking that are genuine?
Well, I looked at under all presidents, which presidents have the best return in the stock market. And interestingly, Nixon is the only one with a flat or even slightly negative annual return in the stock market. Bill Clinton has the highest, which is the .com boom. And guess what seems to make the stock market go up? Inflation rate, or the supply of currency. So if Nixon, I guess, I could be wrong on this. Mojo probably knows more about this than I do, but it appears, with Nixon, with devaluing the gold standard with the dollar. Um, I'm just saying that, if that makes any sense. But anyways,
So today, nobody. Today is what you're saying, because you went back to Nixon. So I'm talking about, yeah, I know what you mean, but today.
yeah, well, today, I mean, we have a lot of politicians that have been talking about this issue for a very long time. I don't know. You should look at this one politician. I saw a video about him. It's called Flight 007. I'll have to get you his name. I don't know if he's a senator or a congressman, but he mysteriously died in a plane accident over North Korea. Let me pull it for you. This guy was talking about the Federal Reserve.
So you're saying there's potential danger in this, of course, right? There's danger in is that what you're saying, that maybe he was murdered?
Check out this Larry McDonald. I couldn't believe this story when I heard it, because it's so weird that it's Flight 007. But you should read about this guy, Larry McDonald, who, let's see, was he a congressman or a senator? He was a representative. You can go on YouTube and type in Larry McDonald Federal Reserve and watch all kinds of interviews with him where he talks about the Federal Reserve, and which is really just a bunch of member banks who want to get the money supply and make money and make a profit out of it at our expense.
So you're saying that it mysteriously had a plane crash, right? You're not really, you're saying that it's potentially foul play?
He got shot. Look, read the article. In 1983, he was shot down by a Soviet flag-on interceptor aircraft. The Boeing 747 was en route to from Anchorage to Seoul. But anyways, look up Larry McDonald. He's got a great history. He was a member of U.S. House of Representatives in Georgia. He was from 75 to 83. And, he was in the Navy, 59 to 61. So just a lot of Americans who serve in the U.S. military, when they come out, they're not the biggest fans of the military, because they've been to third world countries. They know how horrible the world is, but they also don't appreciate, currency manipulation, and unethical behavior. So at $37 trillion in debt, when just 25 years ago we were pretty much even with a surplus under Clinton, so you can look at the history of the national debt, but like 37 trillion is unprecedented, and it's catastrophic. We are currently now in a catastrophe, and it only cascades. It gets worse from here. So,
Mojo, let me ask Mojo. Mojo, is there someone that's not dead that you think would be somebody after lowering the debt?
Yeah, Thomas Massey, Chip Roy, Rand Paul. There's a small handful of them. Typically, they're part of the what's known as the Republican Liberty Caucus. Some of them are a little bit more swayable, I suppose you could say. But I would say Thomas Massey is probably the closest thing that we have. If Justin Amash gets back into Congress, that would be a good thing. He's somebody that I think is a fiscal hawk. The thing is you don't need all of Congress to behave that way either. You just need enough where passing a bill requires pleasing them. And with things as tight as they are, you need about maybe 10 people in the House, and you need maybe 3 people in the Senate. If they were just staunch, like, if it doesn't meet these conditions, the answer is no. Because then it requires, like, when you know that the answer is no, people have to go to the drawing board, and they have to ask themselves when it's close, what is it going to take to get these radicals to not freak out? And because some of the things that Thomas Massey supports, I'm not in agreement with, because he's so radical that like he will just vote no regardless, even if it's something that he thinks would be a good idea. He'll just say, well, it's not in the scope of of what the federal government did. It's a principled move, but it's like he will say no to things that, even though he would like the result of what the change is. And I think like there's a lack of pragmatism, but he is the most principled guy that we probably have ever had in Congress, and his seat is not vulnerable at all. So he'll be there for a while. All he needs is a few people like him. He just needs a handful of people to join him.
It's interesting, right? The American voter, how intelligent do you think they are as far as knowing some of these details that you guys just told me, right? I think.
Well, there's two big problems, right? There's the completely uninformed and then the completely misinformed, right? Some people will believe the silliest shit. And we
That's
see
my
that.
point.
Yeah.
Driven on emotion. Emotion is like the biggest, right? You know.
Yeah. I would be in support of, if somebody wants to vote on a, like, let's say when we put something up to a vote for people, like an initiative or a referendum, I think there should be a litmus test of like, well, do you understand what this bill does? I think because the way that they frame it is like, you've got Democrats that, like, oh, the money's going to go to the schools. Okay, well, they don't care if it's unrealistic. They don't care if it's actually going to go there. The way it's written, they just take it. I think there should be a quiz that you take that tells whether or not you know enough about an issue to even fucking weigh in on it.
Exactly. But this is what I'm trying to say. So you mentioned just not even a handful, maybe 3 people that are serious about that, right? So then I think about why. I'm trying to get to the answer of why these people are doing it. John just said evil, these kind of things, right? Then I want to dig deeper, and I'm going to ask a couple more questions. So trying to get to the bottom of this is, why do people vote, right? And it's usually emotion. So you're setting up the questionnaire, but again, you're not in the Congress or the Senate to make these things a reality. So in reality, how do you get it to the point where you're going up against these other politicians? You're again, people vote on emotion. You have to be a great salesperson. You have to get them on your side, right? But then you're faced with, let's say, the media going against you because maybe you don't have the biggest microphone. But everything has to do with your effectiveness in getting what you want. One might say, you go back 40 years, there'll never be a president like Trump, but then he accomplished it. So how do you think the end point, right? Because I know you guys, I don't know anything about politics, right? So I do know that if someone has an intention and they're putting everything on it, right? And they're, like you said, asking the right questions, all these kind of things, getting to that final place where they can get a politician in the place to make these changes that you're talking about.
Well, there's a lot of things that have to change. First of all, the culture within the parties itself. The Democratic Party has a stranglehold on what is tolerable within the tent, and then you have a challenge of, if you expand the tent too wide, then you let people into the tent that's easier for your opponent to exploit and say, oh, look at what they want to do. They want to trans the kids, for example, right? And so there's this fine line, and so but each party has kind of their own unique problems. If you look at the Democrats, it's interesting. They call themselves Democrats. They don't believe in democracy. In fact, they don't want a democratic process for deciding who the candidates are going to be. In fact, it's been like that for a while. With Hillary, they went out of their way to burn Bernie Sanders. They were giving the debate questions to Hillary. They were robbing funds that they were supposed to give to all the candidates, and there was an alliance. There was an agreement. They wanted Hillary to run, and when they made the decision that Biden needs to step down, they didn't even. They waited till after the primary, and they just chose Kamala Harris. They know that Kamala Harris can't survive a primary because she would have to go on a debate stage and she'd get exposed because she's a big dum-dum. And so when they make these choices, they're picking the people that they can control. They're not really picking people that they think the public likes. They're not picking people that they think would do a great job. It's simply who they can have control over. Now the Republicans, they have a different problem where Trump expanded their base beyond the typical Republican and sold his idea to people that basically came in and changed the Republican Party. Now, you can make your argument if you think it was for better or for worse. I don't have the energy to debate that right now, but that's besides the point. To your point about being a salesman, Trump came in with salesmanship and just said, look, these are the ideas. And what he found was not only was he able to expand the base of the Republican Party, he was also able to become this scary entity where everybody in the party had a choice. They could either go against him and to their own detriment and remain visible, or they could join forces with him. And if you look at some of the people that he browbeat, people like Marco Rubio. He beat the shit out of these guys, and they fell in line.
That's why I woke up into politics when those debates were going on, right? And I told my friends, I said he's going to win because when I looked at him, right, and I looked at the rest of them, everybody was the stereotypical Republican, right? And he had the balls or the brashness, or whatever you want to call it, the crazy, whatever you want to call it, to just say whatever he wanted to say, and nobody would. It's like somebody's getting ready to fight, and one guy's talking a lot, and the other guy just goes over and punches the guy right in the face. Doesn't care. That's what he was doing, and that's from the outside looking in. He looks like the guy. The rest of the guys look weak. And I didn't understand why other people weren't really confronting him head on and not caring. They were so worried about the way they would come off. But he broke that completely. He broke that.
Indeed, yeah.
And partly is because he was already wealthy, right?
Actually, first of all, the first time around, his initial goal wasn't to win. If you talk to the campaign members the first time, he just wanted to insert certain ideas into the debate so he can get the country talking about it. Not unlike what Congressman Kitover is talking about doing. He wants to get the country talking about certain things. It wasn't until the first caucus, in Delaware and New Hampshire, where he did well, that he then switched his idea. The original goal was like, hey, if we can get 10% of the vote, they can't ignore some of these ideas. And what happened was that he did way better than they thought. And then he goes to campaign headquarters and he says, okay, what do we got to do to win the next one? And the campaign, his original original campaign manager quit because they were like, wait a minute, I'm not here to support you to get elected.
Yeah.
This was supposed to be a joke. And once he realized that that he was outperforming expectations, and that was because the media created a monster with him. They didn't think that he could win because they thought it was going to be politics as usual. And so even left-wing media was like, let's put a microphone, follow this guy everywhere. They gave him so much fucking press. And then he found his audience. Yeah, it absolutely did. He crushed it.
Right. And it worked in his favor, like you said. He just wanted certain policies to be talked about, things like this.
But
he wasn't attached. He wasn't attached to them. And
until he realized, once he realized, like, it's kind of like, if you throw a compliment at a hot chick, and you're thinking oh, what the hell? I'll tell her oh, hey, or even just give her a look or a wink or whatever it might be, right? And then all of a sudden he gives you the look like it's cool and you're gonna get to smash it. Now all of a sudden you're gonna pivot into okay, I can fuck this woman, right? I think that's the way he looked at the presidency.
Right. And that was you could say powerful in a way to have him win the presidency, is that when they made the adjustment and realized, because in the beginning it was his not giving a fuck on stage, right? That he stood out as, you could just say, more of a leader, more of a guy with balls. Now I remember there was the other guy from Ohio, right? That was fighting him a little bit. What was that guy's name? In 2016. Remember?
There were several people. They all fell out.
No, there was one guy that I noticed. They didn't come to Trump on his level. They were goofy. And Trump was because I'm from New York. Trump was New York. He knew how to make somebody look small, like little hands. And what's the Sleepy Joe? He knew how to. It's like being in a playground goofing on each other, and everybody's laughing because one guy has the better, wittier goofs on somebody else. He was doing that, but there was one. Was it John Cusack? I don't know.
And you're talking about Kasich?
It must be Casey, right?
Yeah.
That guy was not kind of. What was going on? Because I saw him as someone that maybe had opportunity to confront Trump, but it didn't quite happen like I thought it was.
The issue with Kasich is he wasn't as easily targetable as some of the other guys. Some of the other people had some obvious weaknesses. Where Kasich was such a long shot, anyways, and the only reason why he then became thought that he could have a chance is that he was truly an alternative in the fact that he was about as moderate as you're going to get.
Greetings from Jerusalem to the proud people of
I
Iran.
saw him as a potential opportunity to confront Trump and he didn't take. I thought that he should go up and confront him so that he can get people on his side. Never did it. He tried to play Mr. Harmony, and it just didn't make sense to me. Didn't make sense. So Trump, it was like an easy win.
Yeah. And if you want to see what a leader that embodies what Kitover is trying to do, you almost have to look outside of the U.S. Again, you could look at Thomas Messi, but a better example would be like Javier Milei in Argentina, which things were so fucked that he came in there and said, you know what? He swung for the fences and said, we're gonna just turn this thing upside down. When Milei ran, nobody thought that he had a chance, and people were so desperate that they were just like, well, we got to try something new. When he got in, he took the government in day one from 21 agencies down to 9. He gutted 12 government agencies in day one in office. And he turned things around. The inflation rate went down dramatically, and GDP went up. All of these benchmarks, that you would look at for health of an economy, like incredible turnaround in rapid, time, and so that's the spiritual leader.
But Mojo, how do you think somebody can do that in America?
It has to get in order for that to happen. It has to get worse. Here's the unfortunate truth. In order for somebody that would like, let's say for Thomas Massey, let's say, because he's the poster child for this idea of fiscal conservatism, you would have to take inflation to such absurd levels for the country to look at him and take him serious. If you got to the point where you started paying, like, again, people were complaining about eggs, but imagine if you went to the supermarket and a dozen eggs. If they were $30 or $50, now all of a sudden you would be like, dude, this is broken. And then you've got somebody that's like got a 30-year track record of saying, I fucking told you so. And by the way, the only way we're going to fix it is to do, these things. I think inflation would have to get insane, absolutely bonkers for us to turn to it. And I think it's possible that it'll happen, but what's more likely is a total collapse before American people would actually, do something that would help them.
Well, let's play devil's advocate for a second. Let me do this in layers. So first, you would have to get people. You tell me to get behind him, right? Just financially, he would have to get funding for his message, right? And he would have to have the message would have to resonate. He would have to be able to be the type of orator that is impressive and shows the future and is able to paint the picture so clear that it starts to resonate and build. And once it builds, then he would have to have a team. It would have to be media, all these kind of things to get that message to build like a snowball. He would have to get a snowball effect to happen. And then, I'm just looking at the other side of it, where the inflation wouldn't have to be astronomical. So, could you talk to that a little bit, see if you could find some possibilities that he was the type of politician that's able to sell his dream and have it resonate?
Yeah, well, I think again, I don't think the conditions are met for those ideas to be popular.
I'm challenging.
Again, I think in order to sell it, the conditions would have to get worse. That would be first. But second, he might not be the guy that can sell it. And if you go back to looking at you take a look at Barry Goldwater, who had some very interesting ideas about what the conservative movement should be, and he was selling people, at least in his circle, that this was a really good idea. But when it came time for the election, he wasn't the guy that could get the ball, across the line. And so he ran in the 60s, and then into 1980, Ronald Reagan basically picking up the playbook of Barry Goldwater, but Ronald Reagan was an actor. Ronald Reagan could deliver a speech. Ronald Reagan had good hair. Ronald Reagan was fearless. Ronald Reagan was funny. Ronald Reagan, could own the debate, right? Reagan only took Goldwater's platform and then polished it. It's kind of like you're an actor, right? Imagine somebody writes lines and then you get an actor that reads them that can't deliver them, but then you give those same words, you give that same script to somebody that could read them, that's a true thespian that's going to connect with people. That was what Ronald Reagan did. Ronald Reagan just took Goldwater's ideas and popularized them. But again, the time had to be right and the person had to be right. So I think times have to get worse, and then I think you just need somebody that's got the it factor.
Right. Well, do you think there's enough people, or let's say a movement, in the direction of wanting to get behind that? So if it's not the salesman, the politician, right? Then it's the
it's not good. But the pain at a personal level is not high enough. It's not high enough.
That's why it boils down to a leader that's able to get them to that person that it has to be personal. They vote on their emotions, so they have to get them there. Like you were talking about selling the room, right? You have to ask the right questions, and yeah.
Yeah, I think the way that it can be sold, like if you had to think about like storyboarding this and figuring out how do you convince people that the pain is significant, especially if it's not to them. Like if they still have Netflix and they still have their cell phone and they still have food in their pantry, do they really feel the pain? Probably not. But if they're parents, you might be able to convince them of the fact that like, look, for the first time in many, many generations, your children are not going to be as successful as you are. That was the American thing. Was like your kids are going to be if you work hard, your kids are going to have it better than you did. That is no longer true, and it's going to get dramatically untrue to the point where parents are going to have their kids and they're going to know that the likelihood of their kids buying a home is less likely now than it has been in many, 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 many generations.
So then Rand Paul and all these people should have young people connect with young people to have them because they're going to be the future.
Correct.
So they would have to, find an order that's able to resonate with them, not EOC, right? Someone that's able to resonate with them and build from those 18-year-olds, to 25-year-olds, to really build because it's their life that's at stake, right?
Correct. The real pain is going to happen to their kids and their grandkids. And if you have somebody that can connect with those people and fight through all the minutia, because let's be clear, if you wanted to go table at a university for this type of a cause, the big universities now would make it difficult for you to have your table there, for you to be able to reach the student body. You probably see them getting protested by radicals that get money thrown out. It's going to be a long fight. I do think that there's a couple things that need to happen. I think that people with fiscal conservative ideas need to get into academia because right now what you have is indoctrination camps where the young people go off to a university and they're getting exposed to some radical fucking people, which that's fine if they have the critical thinking skills to be able to, to sniff out the bullshit. But you need to have professors that can walk them through the dangerous fucking path that we're on, and I think that's the long game. And sadly, I don't think our problem will get solved anytime soon. And as we continue to kick the can down the road, the problem's getting worse. Right now, it's $37 trillion in debt. You project that out over the next 50 years, where's it going to be? Even if we stay steady at a $2 trillion deficit, that means every 10 years you're adding $20 trillion more. That's unsustainable. And so it's eventually the chickens are going to come home to roost.
Yeah. Well, you also can think about as much as not to. I don't. I've been in Hollywood. It's like, it's a lot of bullshit, but they should be thinking about the celebrities, the artists, musical artists, because these are the people that young people follow.
There's a few of them. Unfortunately, some of them are crackpots. But there's a few that are on board. Vince Vaughn is very, very libertarian-esque. Like Vince Vaughn, if he didn't have to worry about his Hollywood career, like he's a guy that I think that could connect with younger people, and maybe not anymore.
Because this is the thing that, like, I haven't made the type of money some of these people made, right? But that's about to change. The thing is, they have money, right? So you're saying to worry about the career. A lot of times, maybe because they have money, right? It
they're still trying to get there. But once these yeah, I don't know. Some of these celebs are motivated by different things. You know, they want to work with that directly. Yeah. But you just have to find these what would motivate these people to get behind something that's lofty, that's more for humanity and Americans and the future of the people, the young people having. I have that within me because I resonate with kids. They just light me up. I do a drum circle. I have the kids playing different instruments, and I get lit up when I see because I see parents, right? Like they'll come in with a stroller, they come with their little babies, they come in with their 2 to 10 drums, and once they get next to the drums, these kids light up like crazy. And then I see the parents, and I see them with the stressors that they're coming to the park to let go, and I realize a lot of their stressors are coming from what they want their children, the kind of life they want their children to have, and they're working so hard to have that life, you know. And so I go to the parents and I give them a lot of love. I say, man, your kid, but I'm being genuine. Your kid's beautiful, you know. So there's something about that, and you have to find artists that would really resonate with families and it lights them up and they want to get on board because what you guys have been saying is that the way it's going, there's not enough people in power that are giving light to the next generation's future. Like they don't even care. They just I don't know. Yeah, I don't get it. Sounds pretty. Sounds good. Sounds good. What are you gonna do? Maybe Gildas is the future. Maybe that's the answer. What's Gildas? Oh, have you met Gildas? No, I've not. Gildas is he's a friend. Knowing you, like. No, Gildas is great. Gildas is he's like a battering ram. When if there's certain people on the stage, like we can release Gildas, and he's like the final boss of the show. That's the way I like it. Yeah, I think that's a fair characterization. But isn't it like when they say it's about money, it's about the money. No. What's the saying when they talk about it's about the money? Stupid. It's the economy, stupid. That was James Carville. He was one of the. I agree with that. And that same guy he's the one that helped Bill Clinton get elected, and he's one of the most brilliant strategists the Democrats have ever had. And you know what telling the Democrats now? He's still a Democrat, but what he's telling them is they got to get rid of all this wokey shit. And when James Carville's telling you, it's still telling you it's the economy, stupid, and telling you to quit running around with this wokey bullshit. That they don't have to listen to Republicans when they say it, but they better fucking listen when James Carville tells them. Yeah, because people, like you were talking earlier about being an impact, the orator, the politician, the salesman would have to be able to communicate to people in they have to see it in their personal lives, why it's important about the steps. So when you talk money to people, that resonates across all understand that they'll say things like asinine things like, "Oh, well, the government should pay for this," and they don't ask themselves like the real question of, well, how does the government pay for it? And they could do it through printing money, or they could do it through taxation. And the reality is that you're harming your future every time the government spends money, every time the government borrows money. And they don't care because they're only focused on the fact that it doesn't come out of their pocket directly.
Now it's getting interesting.
Yeah, it comes out of their pocket in.
Now it's getting interesting. Because what's about to happen in the next 10 years is going to turn on a dime. Okay? Because there's going to be enough people in the United States and beyond. They're going to understand that they're the cause of everything. Absolutely everything. And it's going to be so clear, so decisive. They're going to get that they are the one. Right? They are the one. Right now, you can tell somebody that all the other stuff that they're talking about, whether it be government's a problem, race is a problem, people, whatever, right? Whatever it is. No. You are the problem. You are. And when you get that, right, then and you get educated around that, you can transform yourself to the point, and it happens. You see plenty of people that have gone from squalor, I'm not saying everybody, but squalor to absolute luxury and wealth, right? So these things are all going to become very known around the world, and but it's going to start in America here, as a lot of things do, and I'd love to be a part of that. That's what's happening. And that, Mojo, that wouldn't you say, aside from the inflation going to astronomical heights, right? Wouldn't you say that is more important than anything for people to see they're the problem?
Yeah, but time, there's
I do. I wake up to and something like
there's an expression, don't be a part of the problem, be the problem. And if you're a patriot or a historian, or you just have common sense and you just practice pragmatism, you'll realize that borrowing $2 trillion that you don't have annually, like Mojo just said, over 10 years is 20 trillion more dollars to the deficit. That'll put us at 45 trillion. When we're at 50 trillion, it's 4 trillion a year just in interest payments. We could artificially lower the rate and reduce the interest payments. There's going to have to be some kind of meeting of the minds, but the Federal Reserve and Chairman Powell, they're rather resistant to lowering interest rates because that cuts their profits. So we have.
You're talking. I'm not. Again, I have to learn all this stuff, but keep it to. I don't know a lot about all the way it works. You know all that stuff. The economy, I was keeping.
You know how a credit card works, right?
You know what? When I was younger, I saw all friends use this, and I saw a problem with it. I never bought a credit. I never used a credit card in my life. I said, "This is not for me." That's right. That's right. And so that was one of the problems, that I started.
Well, then you're a fiscal conservative.
Right. So, real quick, a question to you, John. Right. So people get that they are the problem. That's the way it works. Because Raj brought it up. It would have to get really bad, right? And why do you think, John? Why do you think when you think of the human being, right? Why does it have to get real bad before they wake up?
It's just human nature. Most people don't know the house is on fire till the house is on fire.
But why? I know that. Why?
It's a question of awareness, and we have,
Exactly.
yeah, we have the world's currency supply. You know, we're the world default currency because of World War II. So we have built up a massive historical legacy that we are rapidly ripping apart and destroying by doing
If
this
you're
type of
talking about the
inflation.
after effects, I'm going to the source. I'm going to the person, the actual person. Right? That's what I want to talk about. You're talking about the result of the person being the problem. I'm going directly to the person being the problem. Right? So, because if you're able to get all the people, right, is what you're trying to do. Get all the people in alignment with this, right? You have to be able, as I was talking to Roger.
The problem is in the paperwork. You can just go to the congressional acts, the HR acts, and actually view all the bills they're voting on.
The paperwork is paper. It's paper and it's dots on paper. There's a person that has to agree with it. I'm going to the person, right? I'm going to the person. I want you to look at it from that point of view. When I said to you that they have to get they're the problem, right? Maybe they'll go to the paper and they'll get they're the problem. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure what you're asking anymore. Sorry.
Well, you're saying they have to go to the website and read it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying people vote on these acts, Congress people, senators, and they're the ones who pass all these huge omnibus bills, plunging us further into debt annually and borrowing more than $2 trillion a year.
You're blaming them. You're blaming them. I'm saying, when I was, because I don't know if you're following, I was getting in a conversation with Mojo, right? About, because see, this is what happens. When we see nothing but failures, right, around us, right? It takes a lot to see a victory, right? In fact, most people, that's why I was asking you guys a question. Most people haven't seen the end in the way that it's a victory. You see it going dark, right? So I'm looking for you to see it at the end as a victory, meaning that you've gotten the debt down, to where you, like you said, Nixon. So I'm saying to myself, as someone that doesn't know about all these things like you guys know about politics, right? I know about my personal life. I know watching others going from failure to victory, right? And I got that I was the problem. Okay? That and this is, you were quoting poetry and philosophy. If you understand that, right, then you will be able to attain a lot more in your life, and you people will respect you much more, and they'll get behind you much more. So this is kind of the conversation I want to talk about. It's more philosophy than it is those results of people making these bad decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying, from a philosophical perspective. I mean, I feel like everybody in this country is the president or a congressperson or a senator. They just don't know it yet. But
Now you're like, that's the kind of conversation. Because I'm not educated about the politics like you are. So I can only talk about what I know, you know. And it's not just book knowledge, it's life knowledge, right? You have to go through things in order to be able to talk about these things. So go ahead, elaborate what you were saying.
I'm just saying we are our own worst enemy, and most people are looking for short-term fixes, and I don't know if they just can't view it statistically. I could show you charts right now.
Result of their being the problem.
What was that? Sorry.
The politicians, the salesmen, right? They're the result of the people being the problem. And they are ongoingly hypnotizing the public because the public doesn't want to look at themselves.
Well, Thomas Massey, he did an interview on Theo Vaughn's podcast. I would really encourage you to watch it. I can get you the link, but he accurately describes what it's like being in Congress, from the actual marble and granite in the chambers to the holding facilities to how the whole show is run. and Speaker Johnson and the parties, they can change rules, you know, at whim. So there's a power structure in Congress, in the Senate, with the president, um, and this group think is incapable of simply spending what they collect in tax revenue. So it's going to require more than just Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, Chip Roy, and a couple others in the Freedom Liberty Caucus to stand up against essentially a group thinks simulation or situation, which is not transparent. People wanted Trump to be like Thomas Massey, but instead we got the big beautiful bill. It's the bait and switch. It's the deceptive advertising of most Congress people. And you'll never hear AOC talking about the debt because you can't fund the Green New Deal unless you can borrow and spend more. These are communist, socialist, Marxists that want to do hyper. They want to escalate the borrowing and spending at like a hyper rate. They want you could call it hyper escalation. They don't want to die slowly. It seems they want, if you go with what AOC is wants to do, they want to blow the deficit out of the water. They don't believe in reality. They're delusional, stupid economists. They're sellouts, and I don't know why. They're not patriots. That's the problem. They really
Yeah,
don't.
that's why I keep going back to the people, John. That's why I keep going back to people. AOC, that's why I said politicians are salespeople. They sell something that they know would emotionally trigger the people, right? I've been watching these people. You guys know politics. I don't, but I watch them, and I see people follow. I'm like, what the hell? You know?
They're just content creators who vote
People are
yes on
trying to
every
avoid
bill.
pain. People are trying to avoid pain in life, right? That's what people are trying to do. They don't want to have pain, but you have to. You have to go into the pain rather than somebody was talking about fear before. You have to go into it and get through it and get to the other side. But people don't want to do that. That's why the deficit is where it's at. You can blame everybody else. You can talk about all these other distractions, which are valid, right? But the real source are the people.
It's easy to say it's the people, but most people, when they go to that ballot box in November and they vote, there's no transparency to their vote. There's no coupling. There's no accounting to that
People know
vote.
that innately within themselves. They just lie to themselves.
Well, most people are automatons and they just do things out of
That's what
habit
I'm telling
and pattern. So,
you. Yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying, when you look at Thomas Massey's platform and X account, he's not posting hit pieces on this person, that person. It's not all gossip. I mean, the guy is an electrical engineer who single handedly created his own debt clock that ties into the API of the Treasury. Most people in Congress are just content creators and yes voters or can kickers. So, you know,
Yeah, this is
that's
what
what it
made me
is.
avoid looking at politics. Because I saw that, and I'm like, oh, it's just a bunch of bullshit. Yeah.
I'm no electrical engineer, but I know that I have a credit card, and I know that I don't borrow and spend more than I can afford to pay back. You
Right.
know, I don't go out and buy a new car every couple of years. I'm not the way that you run your life, fiscally is the way that the government should be running its life. Otherwise, there's a major disconnect. It's schizophrenic, it's unfair, it's dishonest, and most people haven't really felt the pain yet of inflation. Gas at $4, eggs back down. I mean, you haven't felt. You have no idea what it. If you look at the charts and you look at how much money has been borrowed since COVID-19 in 2020 over just 5 years, it's like 3x the borrowing. It's a huge spike in borrowing and spending. It's primarily because of COVID-19 and the response. So, this is where we're at as a country, and more more scandemics, pandemics, and major anxiety incidents are coming. War will break out again. Iran will get bombed again. This war will pop up over there. Believe me, the problem, reaction, solution dilemma that we live with in this country is not going away. So until we can learn to sit in a room with our hands in our pockets and meditate and stop getting brainwashed with all the fake news and misinformation to get us to
Man,
borrow and spend and borrow and spend and borrow and spend. It's insanity and it's a trick.
yeah, but let me ask you a question. Do you meditate?
Yeah.
Are you aware of? Do you have a practice of becoming aware of yourself?
Yeah, we read the Tao Te Ching in Mojo's in the Muff today.
Okay, so I know my little idiosyncrasies, right? But there are things I don't know about myself. Mojo knows his, right? And the things. So everybody to a certain degree is blind, right? So there's the reason why I alluded to that is because you're running for office, right? I think you have to be the person that you want to see from the people that follow you. You want to see them take on. But see, I brought this up, right? But nobody was talking about this. You guys were just talking about the what appears to be the problem. It's valid, right? And now I'm getting you finally to talk about the people doing the work for themselves and their lives, taking responsibility for themselves and their lives, right? Rather than just wanting a handout from the government. This is the curve because Mojo, you said that, and you might be right. It have to get real bad, right? But you have to be able to convince the people before it gets bad. That would be the ultimate politician to me, the ultimate salesman. There's the salesman that's able to get people to get something that they have to change, and it's like they're going to the gym.
Well, that's the art of politic. I mean, truth be told, you don't have to fear money. We have to fear the dissolution or the destruction of America because as long as we are America, the money is kind of a political fear tactic, but it's unfair in the way that it's being distributed. So it's a double edged sword, and what you want to do is try to optimize and maximize with causing as little harm as possible because nobody wants a catastrophe.
Question. If it's okay. I came in kind of at the tail end of when you guys were talking about things have to kind of get worse before they can get better. I think that was maybe the gist of it. But my question is, like, if things get worse, how do we know that the people won't say, see how bad it is trying to be a free market economy? We need more socialism. And like, how do we know that if things get worse, people won't embrace the left even more?
Well, I can tell you in Chicago where I live, people are absolutely sick of property taxes going up annually. And when they see the Chicago Teachers Union and the Chicago Public School System screaming in a microphone dressed in red shirts about how your son and his transgender surgery, went exactly as they planned it, you have a lot of unhappy homeowners and voters who are absolutely sick of these radical liberal socialist Democrats. But then you have, believe it or not, a large percentage of people who do enjoy it, and they are just totally pinked up and trans flag wearing people. So I don't know what the total breakdown is, but I know most people who go to work 5 days a week are sick of their property taxes and their income taxes. So there's a breaking point where people can no longer actually enjoy their life or pay their bills because Democrat Marxist socialists keep raising their taxes.
I mean, I can see that.
the fact of the matter is, since the federal government is broke, if they're not willing to borrow and spend, most of these major cities, which get tens of billions of dollars from the federal government, they can't pay their budgets. So the whole system will fall apart. If the federal government falls apart, because most of the system is relying on federal aid all the time.
Well, it's just like this sentiment that I hear, on Clubhouse primarily. That's like, we spend all this money in Ukraine, and we send all this money to Israel. We should keep that money to increase, healthcare availability here, and basically fund a welfare state here. People aren't saying like, no, don't send money to Ukraine so we can pay off the national debt. That's not the first thing that comes to mind. It's, don't send money to them when Americans deserve that money for increasing.
But Gilbert, here's the problem, right? Anybody that would make the argument that the money sent to Ukraine or Israel is the problem with the debt doesn't understand the economic problem. The two biggest expenditures are the money. It's the money that's spent here already. It's the Social Security. It's the Medicare. And because of the spending getting so crazy, the third largest item is the interest on the debt. And nobody wants to talk about that. And in fact, when people make the argument that like, hey, that money that went to Ukraine could have went to the U.S. Yeah, it could have, and still wouldn't have done anything. Because at the end of the day, the big expenditures we've been told we're not even allowed to talk about. Like the shit we talk about in here, like the idea of like, hey, maybe we should get rid of Social Security. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme. If you said that, like, publicly, and you were a sitting member of Congress, you're dead. In any fucking district, you're just dead. And so we're not allowed to talk about the thing that would actually help us. That doesn't mean that there's not arguments of why to consider having social safety nets. It's just the one that we've constructed is a fucking Ponzi scheme that's going broke. And it will be broke. By 2035, the Social Security Trust Fund will be completely empty, at which point we'll only be able to fund 71% of the liabilities. And at that point, you're going to have to do some drastic measures. Raising the age to collect, reducing the benefit, or you can raise taxes. And raising taxes can happen in a couple ways. You can raise taxes across the board, or they can do go after the rich and say that raising the cap. But all of those things are going to be wildly unpopular, and also it doesn't fix the problem. It's still a Ponzi scheme. It depends. The system only works. It only works if you have more people paying into it than you have collecting from it. And so, unless you want to go and mass import labor, which is another issue that, if AI is going to take jobs away from people, then what the fuck would the immigrants do here anyways? The old logic was if you had a bunch of workers, you could get them to work and that increase your tax base, and then that's how you're going to get the revenue. But now, like, increasing the population doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be an increase in productivity, because our increase in productivity is going to come from robotics and AI.
I mean, hey, I agree with you 100%. I think your analysis is spot on. When 2035 gets here, though, and, that sort of thing plays out, I mean, I'm not an accelerationist. I don't want it to happen this way. But how likely are Americans at that point to say, okay, let's adopt austerity measures, versus saying, no, we need to just eat the rich to pay for this? And that's the real problem. And I think that this population has been massaged into saying, let's eat the rich if we hit that critical point.
Yeah,
And
but
that's what worries me.
the thing is, though, if you look at Mises Institute, or you understand like economic scientific principles or just math, and I say math, not math. Most of those people just know math. So if they're not intellectually honest and they're not willing to admit how you grow an economy or run a business, I mean, they are lost personally. But, I know they're brainwashed, no Kangs and, you know, eat the rich. But if they're honest and they're, intellectually or academically inclined, they have no choice but to accept the fact that, like, the way that Millier is running Argentina is the way you grow an economy. You slash government and you get international investment in. People, if you can create a candle and attract moths, like, this is what we have to do. I mean, it it's like starting a business. You need marketing. I mean, Wrigley said, if he had $1 million, he would spend 999,000 on investment on advertising and $1 on product. So I'm not saying we have to cheat or scam our way out of this situation, but it has to be run like a business. If it's not being run like a business, we're living in La La Land, aka Clown World.
Yeah, well, I think we got about 10 years to try and figure out how to make capitalism sexy.
What do you guys think is sexy about capitalism? I believe in capitalism.
Well,
What
it
do you
can't
guys
be a
think?
catfish.
It's not sexy. It's fucking. You got to get up at 4 a.m. and you got to work and like you got to think all the time. You got to be rational all the time, or at least most of the time. It's fucking difficult, and it's not like you don't get capitalism through like photosynthesis, just pointing your face in one direction. Like you got to work at that shit. But those motherfuckers in the 19th century, they were fucking with it. Those motherfuckers that repealed the corn laws in England, they were fucking with it. How did they go from being a peasant society and all that fucking monarchy to reversing the corn law? Like, it's education, obviously, but yeah, we got to do that kind of work.
Because I don't know you, I haven't been around, but I don't know if you heard. I don't know much about politics, right? So I can't get into the history of capitalism, how it's developed, and all that. But what it brings for me is freedom to expand from let's say squalor to wealth. Right? That's where I'm talking about. Am I correct? That it does.
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely correct, but they keep blaming the crises on capitalism, and they're not blaming it on government intervention.
Who's that?
Every person who became radicalized,
right, okay,
Democrats in the wake of the '08 crisis, the Great Recession, they blame that on capitalism. This is inherently the problem with capitalism is that governments are in bed with the business people, and that is what capitalism really is. And when capitalism wants to exploit people, the government gives them a pass, and all of that is called capitalism. And that's wrong. That's not capitalism. But they don't want to hear that argument.
Mark, we are supposed to be living with a credit card that has a max spending limit of 5 trillion a year. Instead, we have a black card that allows us to keep charging 7 trillion a year, even though we only have a $5 trillion budget. Can you explain that to me?
Even though we have you said the last part I missed.
I said, can you explain to me how, as a country or as a people, we can keep spending 2 trillion more annually than we collect in tax revenue?
I already told you that the people don't want to look at this. It's like you got a pimp in the government, which is the government, right? And we are the hookers getting fucked, right? So you have to step out of that life.
Well, the Federal
As a
Reserve.
whole, the masses, not just 1, 2, 100. their head stuck up in the TV, in the phone, right? Yeah, horrible diets, horrible behaviors. This is when people are willing to grow as human beings, right? Then you won't have this problem. That's just the way it works.
It has to be something to do with what you're exposed to, maybe, life experiences as well. In my own case, I went to college and graduate school, and everything was like subtly Marxist, subtly socialist, in all the classes. I was an English major, so I wasn't like a bio major, but, like the assumptions that you come away from college with are America's kind of evil and it owes me something and it should pay it up. And it was like, yo, man, and I'm not like trying to proselytize, but I read one book by von Mises, his book Socialism, and it just discredited everything that I had been told in college. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, it's this easy to discredit that shit? Just read this well reasoned argument and at least question what the fuck you've been brainwashed into in college? And so it has to be that they don't have the exposure to different ideas. They haven't, like, if you're a fair, rational person and you read, you know, Frantz Fanon, and then you read von Mises or whomever, and you just weigh the ideas together, how could you still embrace, like, trying to have a Marxist revolution in New York City? I mean, it's so juvenile, but I just think so many people just haven't been exposed to the ideas, and probably because Fanon is low key sexier than von Mises.
I got a question. I got a question for you, Mojo. So one of the reasons why I like coming into your room is because you're not afraid to debate, right? And work through these ideas to get to either an agreement, a disagreement. You know. So this is, I think, a little bit what you're talking about, Gildas.
Gildas, yeah.
Gildas. You get a certain amount of knowledge, right? And then somebody comes with opposing view, and you have decorum enough, to point out what you think and blah blah blah, and you both might learn something or agree that we think differently, right? And let it sit. Well, sometimes Roger, when when he gets people that aren't willing to go down the rabbit hole of debate because they either don't have the knowledge that they act like they have, or proposing in their conversation, or they do not want to answer hard questions because they don't they haven't really looked deep enough, right? So that's a lot of the reason why I come to the room is because I'll see the debate and I'll see Mojo go down the line. A lot of times, I don't know, I haven't been in a lot of the discussions with
Mike, listen to this. This is a Grok question I just put into the AI. It says, "Hey Grok, what are the annual revenue and total net profits of the Fortune 500 from 2015 to 2024? List in bullet points." This is 2020. Revenue for the Fortune 500 was 14.2 trillion. Net profit of 1.2 trillion. 2021. Revenue of 13.8 trillion. Net profit of only 0.859 trillion, so almost a trillion. 2022 revenue of 16.1 trillion. Net profit 1.8 trillion. 2023 18.1 trillion in revenue, net profit of 1.56 trillion. 2024 18.8 trillion and net profit of 1.7 trillion. So if the Fortune 500 and their total net profit is on average, let's say 1.5 trillion or let's just put it at 1 trillion, and we're 35 trillion in dollars in debt, adding 2 trillion annually. Do you realize that this debt will never, ever even be attempted to be paid off
Yeah,
because it can't
out,
be?
they're out in heaven. They're out in their own mind. In La
Well,
La Land.
well, the thing is, the money that
Very, very wealthy.
the 2 trillion that we're borrowing annually is the net profit of the Fortune 500. That's what it is. Like, that's the profit. We literally create the profit out of thin air. So this economy is not run like a pizza shop. It's run like a pizza shop on fucking Mars by clowns.
It always looks like you always think, how do you convince people of that argument?
Well, that's Gildas. That's what I was. That's because again, like I don't know all these things. You guys know about politics and numbers, so I go to philosophy, right? And I go, any problem can be resolved if intelligent people get together that are serious about change, right, and willing to go through the hard work of change as a group and as individuals. That's the only way, because they're the ones who created the problem. As I'm talking about the masses of people, right? And then you talk about, let's say, the 1%. They're part of it. They create the problem with people in a different way, but they are still the problem. So you still have to go to the people, get them to admit that. If you go anywhere, we gotta wake up, right? And here's something to consider, right? The debt that we have, right? The debt that we have, 37 trillion. That's just a number that most people can't fathom. So you have to paint a picture and say, well, how much is 37 trillion dollars? And here's the best way to explain it. If you were to take $100 bills, and stack them on top of each other, it would be 25,000 miles high. That's the circumference of the Earth. So you could stack $100 bills across the circumference of the Earth to visualize how much debt we have. Those are $100 bills. It's crazy. Yeah, but they're living in their house and they're getting money. They may be living like fucked up lives. But they're not. You gotta get to a place where they don't have anyone. Right? This is true. And if you go back and you look at the inflation that they have in Argentina that led to them being desperate enough to build with Berlin. You said it earlier, it needs to go bad. But my argument was, I don't believe it has to. I believe in general, people run away from things. So that's why it's bad.
It's pretty bad already.
Yeah, they're bad, but it's been bad for a very long time.
Yeah, but if the big kids that bad, there's no guarantee that they'll stop at the precipice. They might jump off the edge, and say, this is what we really need to do is embrace socialism fully to fix the problems that the mixed economy has created. And
herd psychology. There's a herd psychology to this, that even if you educate the herd and they voted people into Congress, it doesn't mean Congress is necessarily going to follow the herd psychology as in like a democratic fashion. This is like a closed loop circuit that the herd psychology may not necessarily affect, because when you get into the halls of Congress or Senate, uh, you're going to pull the bait and switch, just like how Trump did with the big beautiful bill. Everybody seems to pull this bait and switch when they get into office.
Because the powers that be, right? What they call the top 1%, right?
Yeah, and I think what is it also, you were mentioning earlier, where you get the right kinds of like intellectual, the right sorts of people to speak on the issue and sort of get involved. The problem is that these people can also get consumed by the very system that they're fighting against. And once they get high and involved enough, they become part of the very thing that was, you know, their antagonist. So that's what makes all this so difficult.
Right. The human beings. And, again, you have what?
Well, I mean, look, you have to see what the people respond.
You got one off, right? So, what I hear with you guys, and what I think about what I'm saying, it seems to me that it takes people like Jesus to come, because it ain't gonna happen, is what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing. Listen, if they'll kill Jesus, just imagine. You're trying to figure that out. Yeah, well, Jesus didn't really give a fuck, right? Jesus did what Jesus had to do. We're all gonna die, right? You can't choose how you're gonna die, Roger. So you might as well, you know.
Well,
no, you can absolutely choose how you're gonna die. No, you fucking can't, Roger. Yes, you can. Like to be a joker, go ahead. Robin Williams did. Well, if energy doesn't die, my friend, and we are energy. That was proven by a guy called Einstein.
Well, it ceases to express itself. So once you go, we probably won't hear what you have to say.
I'll just look at that, but not necessarily true, because, there's not gonna be any fucking more humanity reboots, is all I'm saying. Did you know in the unknown, right? The past, present, and future are all, they all one, right? You know that, right? It's in the known that we see time. In the known. And that's where you guys are talking about. And I'm talking about that too. But my, and pain, right? And suffering, right? It gets to a point where you get, it depends on the person, but it gets to a point where you surrender, right? And that's where you have, it's a whole different world. But you have to go into the pain and surrender. I mean, look at a woman when she has a baby, right? It's a painful thing, right? And then you have another life. So there are conversations that you guys are not having, right? You're having predictable conversations. I'm not trying to put you down at all. But, well, that's also a presumptive thing to say. Well, when I say predictable conversation, I'm saying that all your conversations comes from your knowledge, and your knowledge comes from the past. And the past goes, go ahead, I'm talking, sorry. Yeah. So when you wake up in the morning, right, you wake up in the past because you're thinking about the past. You're thinking about your friends, family, emails, business, money, health, whatever it is. It's all from the past. So it's predictable, your outcomes. That's just the way the mind works. 95% of your outcomes come from your subconscious, not your conscious mind. Right? So when I talk about this change that you guys want to see, I'm going back to the individual person, whether it be the John talked about before, the top 1% or the bottom 99%. The answer's still the fucking same. I'm with it. But all of us. But here's the cool thing: the illusion of altruism, the idea that you're helping somebody else, and the fact that it makes you feel good when you do help other people. I think that's a benefit. Imagine if there wasn't that feeling of satisfaction of helping somebody, where you get that selfish pleasure of doing something for others. Then even the illusion of altruism would be gone. It's getting late. I'm getting tired. Look, if I go all in on the spiritual side of this, right? Life is about attaining the ability to love unconditionally. When I say life is, I'm saying we are individuals, human beings, that want to see the next moment. We create the illusion of tomorrow so that we feel like we're safe. And it's a paradox, right? So when you're able, listen, I'm not religious, but there's others besides Jesus, Muhammad, but there's others that are selflessly giving.
Bring up Muhammad.
Do you want me to let me quick? Okay. Unconditionally loving. Unconditionally loving. To unconditionally love, you are guaranteed to be whole, because you're doing it because you're already whole, right? People are walking around incomplete, right? And that's why you have a fucking deficit.
I was just gonna say that there's a pretty significant difference between Jesus and Muhammad.
Yeah, I know you're. Yeah, well, I'm talking. People who are able to lead people to love unconditionally. I understand. I don't know enough about Muslim. I don't know enough about them.
Do you know what the one common thing is among Jesus and Muhammad and Buddha and others? I read this in a book, but apparently they all disappeared and came back, with revelation. Moses went to the mountain, Muhammad went to the cave, Jesus went to, where did he go? Was it Egypt, I think? So, when he was in hiding. Anyways, everybody has this revelation. They disappear, which basically they go meditate and come back enlightened.
Yeah. I mean, you can judge the different. You could say great or men, in history, right? You can judge it, but would you put yourself in the? Well, let me not even go there. I'll put myself there. But do you remember when Roger Mayhem left the app for like 7 months? He came back. I don't remember. Revelation. Sorry. So this. Do you think this is another one of those moments or no? Because again, like you said, it has to be really bad before it gets good. So maybe it does, and then maybe the diamond will appear, right?
It has to get really bad before it gets good.
Because people are already they're walking around like zombies. It's already really bad. People don't love each other. You get on this app, like there's no offense about you, because I don't judge it, and I don't judge anything. People on this app, this one guy talking bullshit, right? But I knew it came from his own pain. So, but you guys going back and forth about bullshit, putting each other down, and he was the only one. Everybody's putting him down. He's fighting back. And I said, well, Roger, why do you even bring him up, right? So that everybody is just caught up in their reptilian self, their shadow self, right? So until you become aware of that, right, you can't. It's not easy to control that character that's within you that wants to say, shut the fuck up, right? Or you're not going to be free of it. You're going to just be part of it.
Yeah, I have to respectfully disagree with that outlook.
Of course you do, because that is predictable that you disagree.
Yeah, but trying to mortgage my life to say, I've got to care about other people and put their goals over myself, unconditional love.
Real quick. I said that would be the ultimate, right? The ultimate is that living in a place. That's like what you would say heaven, unconditional love. Right? When people die, they come back. They say, "I experienced love that isn't on earth." Right? My curiosity is how to get that love on earth. That was what I thought when I said, "How could that?" That's a challenge to me. I'm curious about that. Right? How could I unconditional love? Right? Everybody.
Well, I think unconditional love is a fool's game, with all due respect. You don't just love everybody unconditionally. Like, there's a recipe for disaster. That means the person who doesn't believe in love everybody unconditionally gets to molest you, gets to oversee you, gets to enslave you. Because here you are being.
Don't take it.
No, I mean, it's not even an extreme, it's just how it's played out. If I sit here and turn the other cheek, but you're interested in chopping off heads, how do I benefit from that arrangement?
That's taking it to the extreme.
It's not the extreme, it's just
Well, I'm saying, I'm not going to unconditionally.
Oh, I think chop it off.
I'm not going to chop my head off. I'm not going to unconditionally love them. I'm going to defend myself. That's the extreme.
The chances of getting your head chopped off dramatically decrease if you leave Muslim countries. Thank you.
You understand? I'm not
Yeah, but I mean, it sends shivers down my spine, because that's like telling slaves to obey their masters, man. Like, I don't get with that.
Let's start with this one. I can disagree with you. At the very, let's say you feel better when you are hurt, right? You could say that's a subtle form of love, right? Then you go to the next level. The person curses you out, right? And you don't allow that reptilian out. You say, okay, I want to tell him go fuck himself too. And fuck him up, right? Oh, well, this shit. You tame it. You go, okay, I see that. You can tell the guys. You follow me? That is a higher form.
Yeah, and it sounds like appeasement.
No, because if you're whole, the person. Someone call me a nigga. Someone call me whatever they want. It doesn't say nothing about them. It's them. I don't take any of this shit personally. Other than you're
I can get mad on a one-to-one basis. Somebody calls me the N-word. I don't have to, go into vibrations trying to be on.
Yeah.
But in terms of a civilization and people, if we're just sitting here saying, we're stronger than you, we're smarter than you, but we won't smash you, Iran. We'll let you live, and we'll live. We'll negotiate with you. We'll sit at a round table with you and your leaders who represent evil. We're not going to win that if we come in with this turn the other cheek proposition. They're going to win.
But
I don't want to live under that.
I didn't say turn on the other cheeks. You're taking what I said. Listen, that's not what I said.
Yeah, you did not use those words over there.
To a certain degree, there is some truth in what you said. So, to love unconditionally and to live with the past, we don't have the courage. Yes, we don't have the courage. That's why people tend to sit about people who passed on, right? They come back, they see their body, they see everything before they come back. The experience is kind of fun. Then they don't want to come back. So, I'm just, in the inquiry,
of what that kind of love is. And I'm in the inquiry. So I know selflessness has something to do with it. I know if loving what you do has something to do with it. So I can go down the list of things that, and get me to that place. Ultimately, it's courage, right? Ultimately, it's letting go that this is all that there is, right?
Yeah. All right. Let me.
I can go down this inquiry over and over and over again, and that's where people get to the place of enlightenment, and they're able to love unconditionally. Because we get this conversation about the dead, right? And I was talking to John, and we keep talking about the results of the thing that you're not talking about, which is yourself, the problem.
I mean, let me be forthright. I'm an atheist. Are you a Christian?
What'd you say, Al?
I said, I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, and you know, versus that, like what your ethics are based in, like Christian ideology.
I think human beings are born with a certain amount of knowingness, right? That you don't need to be always told how to behave, right? There's something that tells me at a very young age, if I put my hand on fire, if my hand's gonna burn, I'm not gonna grab that other 3-year-old and put their face on that fire, right? So, not to demean religion, but I haven't followed religion more than I followed my relationship with myself and the divinity within. I've developed, one might say, a relationship with this knowingness, right? Which might sound
something else than what's in my mind. And it's just my mind all. Do I know all things? Have I experienced all things? When you just sit with that, you're going to come up, and if you come with the answer yes, then my friend, you're not reality because you don't know everything.
Well, Yogas, I got a question for you, please. Do you think it's extraordinary or just ordinary that we're sitting around talking on this app? Pardon? That we're going through space and spinning through space, but we're just sitting around talking on Clubhouse. Don't you think that's a little extraordinary? And you're not aware of spinning and going through space?
No, I don't think it's extraordinary.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
Now, to your point,
Usual, huh?
to your point, Max.
My point is, just being alive is so fucking mysterious that you talking about 2 plus 2 just sounds like, I know you're trying to be reasonable, but it just sounds, he said it, foolish. He's trying to be friendly with you, but
Yeah, well, when you're saying that people who are sounding reasonable sound foolish, I would ask you to maybe check your premises.
What about quantum physics that two things can exist, one thing way away from something else can affect the other? Quantum physics doesn't act exactly like the 2 plus 2, does it?
What I would say to all of that is we have a way of trying to confirm what we know. We have a way of trying to confirm knowledge. And if there's a question that I come up against that I don't know the answer to, I don't leapfrog to a supernatural explanation. I say, well, given the scientific method, I don't know, why the sun went dark when
what about, if you ever experienced, I understand that, but I'm serious.
Okay, go ahead.
But I'll get off your case because it sounds like I'm being a troll. Have you ever experienced knowing somebody that's going to phone you and you knew who was going to be on the line?
I mean, maybe when I had caller ID.
Okay. All right. That's a good stand-up response. But even in the RAF, in the Royal Air Force, before they could detect planes behind them, they used to teach the people that were flying the planes in England, don't look behind because, or you've never sensed, you think it's just like made up, like if you're in a subway or wherever you are and you look at somebody, you think they don't know you're looking at them, they turn around and look at you. You've never experienced that?
Maybe to a certain extent, but that's not how you get to like nuclear physics.
Well, I'm not talking nuclear physics. I'm talking about things
that
cannot explain.
That kind of
Regular scientific.
What you're saying is like, you can have intuition, you can be aware of premonitions and things like that. Well, we can talk about that, but that's not how you concrete gains in sciences.
Everything they believe in science now is upside down. We used to think we were the center of the earth, and then Newton came around, they made him broke for saying something different.
He was embracing science and not mysticism.
Right, but each things that you're embracing now will seem ridiculous in the future.
Well, I don't think 2 plus 2 equals 4 will sound ridiculous in the future. Unless we're taken by, like, for instance, in the beginning, oh, love, right? Then reality is that 2 plus 2 equals 4 there? I mean, I think that's a really tacky analogy. I don't think it really fits the argument that you might be trying to make. Well, all I'm saying is that when you think that you know, you're kind of putting yourself in a box.
No, there is a distinction and an extent to which you can know. Like 2 plus 2 was always 4, regardless of what dimension you were observing it from, right? Whether you did or didn't
like any way that could exist, any outside of 2 plus 2 equals 4. In other words, like, what I'm seeing is logic. He's logic. Could I see 2 plus 2 equals something else other than what it's logical to think is 4?
Well, yeah, 2 plus 2 could equal something other than 4 if 2 doesn't represent 2, because 2 could be representative of something else.
2 is your listen, 2 is your perception of something. So what I mean by that is, I could think you are very well. That's schizophrenic. I could think the painting is beautiful, but you could say that's ridiculous. Right? So we could have 2 different perspectives on that painting. So in this context, this is what I'm talking about. Where you might think something's beautiful and somebody could think something's not. So 2 plus 2 does not equal 4. In that context is what I'm talking about. I think you don't, that's not what how you can have this conversation. That we're in the,
well, you're talking about, you're trying to compare an epistemological question, 2 plus 2 equals 4, with aesthetic question. I don't know if it's beautiful or not. I'm explaining it. Epistemology has to deal with how we can perceive the world around us. What do we use to perceive the world in front of us? And I believe you use your rational mind to perceive it. So if you see one object and another object, that's 2 objects. Now, aesthetically speaking, you're saying, is one object more beautiful than the other? Yeah, there's room for subjectivity in that. I don't disagree with that.
That's what I've been talking about all this time.
But I don't know.
Can you give me time to talk?
After we're finished.
I don't know what context exists that I can perceive and can prove that I'm perceiving it, where 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 4. If you are saying, given things are stable, like Mojo said, given things are stable, 2 actually means 2. If you add 2 to 2, it has to be 4.
Gildas.
Oh, man.
It's not an opinion.
Gildas, I'm talking about.
We're getting way too into the rabbit hole, I think.
Help them.
No, I can't help him.
Wait, hold on, what hole are we in?
The rabbit.
Yeah, they think that if, like, Jesus pointed his finger, 2 plus 2 could be 5.
Gildas, I'm talking about the painting, not the number 2. Everybody knows 2 plus 2 equals 4. Everybody knows that. Gildas, everybody knows that. Talk about the painting. That's what I always perception.
Alex, what did you have to say? Alex. Okay. So Alex just wanted to come up while you guys were talking and interrupt, but now I saw that. But just so you know, 2 plus 2 is 4.
Yeah, 2 plus 2 equals 6.
That's what it sounded like for a minute.
Hey, Ann, real quick, 233 times 1,000.
Wait, what? 233 times 1,000? 233,000.
You're scaring me.
And are you still a troublemaker?
Huh?
So
That's funny. I was gonna ask her the
Shut up,
same
Bobo.
question.
I know.
I hate you.
You were going to ask. You still a troublemaker, Ann?
When was I? When was I ever?
You've always been a troublemaker. You are a troublemaker. And where did that start? Elementary school. When did you take on that persona?
Well, tell me why you think I'm in trouble.
No, you can't answer question by question.
I've got a couple ideas.
Yeah, go for it.
No, because the person I know, but I've only met him in your room, Mojo, recently. So
Wait, do you even know who Timok is?
No.
He's a famous actor.
He's full of shit. He'll
night sheet Hades. It's crazy.
She was a big group of black folks, right? And she was the only white girl in the thing.
That's how she rolls. That's how she rolls.
She was going nigga, nigga, nigga. And I said, what the
I never.
Shut up, you liar.
I
You're a liar. You're a liar.
ever.
No. Oh, I broke the rule.
Yeah, that is rule number 7. We need to abide.
This is a 3 or 4 years ago, right? And I go up on stage, because I'm, I told you before, it's no problem. So I go up on stage. And
Wait, you're trying to say that I said the N-word. You're lying.
Yeah, and you're 5'10".
You're lying, but go ahead, I'll let you finish.
So I go up on stage. I go up on stage, right? And I go, hello. Everybody's like, you gotta stop saying that word. Everybody's losing their mind. So I go, you're letting her control your emotions. You're all men, mostly. You're all men up here. How you let this little white girl control your emotions, right? And then they were kind of quiet. And I said, hey, call me. You can call me. And she went, nigga, nigga, nigga. I said, see? It says more about her than it says about you.
No, that wasn't me.
That's why you're a troublemaker and you're a troublemaker.
But I never ever said that. That Sarah Fox has. I've never said the N-word like that.
Okay.
I have never. But I have definitely been on stages that you're describing, but I wouldn't say that. Gosh, why are you in trouble? You and Brad telling the worst stories about me today. I don't know. Brad saying I'm Busch Gardens, and you're saying that I say the N-word. Yeah.
You should have been on one of those episodes of TV Batman. You would have been a good character. I used to love that when I was a kid. Batman.
Hi everyone, hope you're doing well and come back. What's the issue you're talking about?
There you go. Well, Dad, Mike's gonna talk to you. You removed him? No, I'm bringing him up. Talk to Alex. He wants to talk.
What? Raj, why you remove him when you don't
Listen, it's 1:45 in the a.m. There's no way that voice is going to fucking. I'm not doing it.
Why you don't remember when you got me this?
That voice is not the business. Not the percent. No, that's like a 1:45 in the afternoon voice. There's no way.
Old clubhouse. Imagine old clubhouse. This guy come on stage. And then they expect you to understand what they're talking. Oh man, the old trolls. You remember the old trolls when they started getting really before trolling became a big.
Yeah.
The old ones. Like,
yeah.
I remember, and I did and there were 14, 15 that ended up on clubhouse between adults and them. The 14, 15-year-olds were just so foolish, and they were having a great time. They come into a conversation that was like really serious or religious, and they come on the stage, bitch, and they run off. It was hilarious.
All right, Alex, you suck. Look what you did. Roger, you broke Alex.
Because I haven't been in this parish for a little while, so forgive me. But Mr. Mojo, my friend. What is the difference between In the Muff, that other house, and then Healthy Debates now? What is the differentiation between these three houses, my friend? I know other people know, but I don't.
I'm not in Healthy Debates. Healthy Debates, I think, ran its course, and I am no longer affiliated with Healthy Debates. In the Muff is where I choose to be. It's where I long to be. And then there's the other thing, Rational Discussion Group. That's a place that's designed to have rational discussions, as opposed to being in the Muff, where that does not happen.
So, do you feel any emotional longing to the house that you created and spent time, blood, sweat, and tears creating?
No, after reading the Tao over the last couple of days, I've really adopted this sense that you need to be able to let things go.
But not must. Okay, well that cleared everything up for me.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
No, I said, well that cleared everything up for me, is what I said.
Yeah. So what are you doing? Are you gonna start doing some rooms again?
No. Absolutely not, sir. Number one, it's a massive time suck. Number two, I was just talking to Adil, or Scoob, as he now calls himself, and I've been slightly sucked back into the world of Clubhouse because I've just moved into a new flat and I have time to think, and there's these walls can be pretty quiet, so you want to hear some familiar voices, and then you just, it's muscle memory. You hit that hand icon, and before you know it, you're talking in a room and whatever, and you get pulled back into it. But nah, I'm not going to. I don't think there's any point. And I think this is a great entertainment app, and it's a friendship app, and I've met 30, 35 people from this app, and it's truly amazing that. And actually, this picture is me and Denise Hamilton when she came to London about 3 months ago. But how many truly good discussions are to be had on this app? And to be fair, not to knock the app, how many times do we confront people with different views and we end up with our view being changed, in and off this app? And that's what I kind of like. However, that's not to take away from the great entertainment that you provide on this app, and you're a man of the people, and you know how to press buttons and conduct a room. And I say this to you all the time off the app. You're a genius, sir.
Man, we're using that term a little loosely, aren't we?
Not at all. You truly understand how to moderate a room, how to get people passionate, riled up. You also know which topics are truly going to excite people. I don't. I'm too in my head, and I want a level of classic discussion. You can do that, but also you can pivot and entertain.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the mix between quality conversation and just mindless banter, I suppose. And honestly, I think I require a mix of that, and I don't know the proper mix. It would be boring if you didn't have a good conversation, but it would also be boring if you couldn't just loosen up and have some mindless fun. So that's the thing I'm trying to figure out is how to calibrate all those things.
And I think you're spot on. And I've talked about discussion, and you've entered the word conversation, and that's really powerful what you said. And I think that, without wanting to make this at all political, but us on the left are worried about free-ranging conversations, and or at least we are more worried about them. I think that's probably the safer thing to say. But you calibrate it just right. You let people in from left and right. Your biases are out there. You don't hide from them. But you engage with people who are good conversationalists and have good points to make. And I think that makes you, vis-a-vis this app, one of the best and a bit of a genius. And I'm not saying this to blow smoke up your bum. It's just true. You're very good at this app.
Oh, that was sweet.
I have my moments. Thank you, Rivka.
So how did that fundraising go for that dude?
We raised $1,000 tonight.
Wow.
Yep. If we could do that every day, I think he might be the congressman.
Surely it's law of diminishing returns, isn't it?
Maybe, but there's always, we could take it over to Fanbase for a day, we could take it over to Chatter for a day, we could blow it up on Twitter for a day.
What's this guy stand for?
Well, you know the $37 trillion worth of debt?
I've heard about it. I've heard about this thing.
Have you heard about the $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities?
Well, I'm vaguely aware, you know.
Well, what he's hoping to accomplish is to make sure that people are less vaguely aware and can put it in their face and say, hey, this is a problem, and it's a problem that we have a duty to address.
Okay, well, I'll let you Americans get on with that, and I will go on and seize my day, my friend.
All right, man. Are you gonna have a good old-fashioned English breakfast with
no, I've already been out.
baked beans and tomatoes? What's up with the tomato?
Tomatoes, come on. Please.
Why do you guys put that on a breakfast plate, though?
Not everybody does it. It's pretty common, but not everybody does it.
And what's up with the baked beans?
Roger, my good and dear sweet friend, let's not go down that old canard of knocking the Brits for what they eat. This is an old clubhouse ruse of yours. I'm not going to fall for it. I am putting my wallet in my pocket right now. I'm going to sign off. I've got to go out and have a meeting in 1 hour. I'm going to jump in my car, my friend. I love you lots. This has been a wonderful room. Toodle pip, everybody.
Have a great day.